Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super long battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
when you buy online at aig.ie. It's got to be AIG.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
Okay, so our penultimate group are making their way down the second fairway. They're not a whole lot of chat going on. This is obviously championship golf. But speaking of championship golf, I spoke to Kean Rafferty last year about what it would mean to him to eventually go on to win the East of Ireland Amateur Championship, which just a couple of weeks later he did indeed. So let's hear from what this championship means to someone who has won it. 10 for the second time. Was a bit more straightforward. I think Louis put himself in that greenside bunker. And just where the pin position was, that's tough.
Yeah.
Tough one to get close to.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was a bit more into the wind the next time we played it, because I think I'd 70 yards longer.
Okay.
Now, I know we both didn't hit it as well off the tee, but I was just like 10 yards past him, and I think at 240, so he would have had, 250-ish.
Yeah.
And once he hit into that left bunker, I said to Connor, like, that's a tough up and down. So I hit a great forehand into, I think, 30 feet, kind of short left of the hole, and he obviously kind of flubbed his bunker shot just a little bit, and that kind of gave me the kind of, like, it's obviously a tough putt he had, so I kind of said, look, 2 putts here and it gets it done. But I gave myself a bit more work than I needed to do.
Didn't you leave yourself like a 7 or 8 footer?
7-footer downhill, left to right, yeah, just what you want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, listen, you made it.
Yeah.
And this is your first. You played the West, isn't it?
Played the West. Yeah.
So second championship back.
Third. I
Third.
played Munster stroke play, yeah, I suppose. Yeah. But third one really, yeah.
Yeah, and you get the win. I mean, what's the first feeling when you get the win? It's your first win as a dad now as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I played Ross Lair, I suppose that doesn't count, but yeah, it was relief, to be honest. Yeah, relief, because I wanted to win that one so bad, just with everything going on. Obviously, my wife's from there, and her mother and father-in-law are members there, and obviously Flowgas being a title sponsor, they looked after me. The biggest event in Ireland, the Irish Amateur. So there was just loads of things kind of adding up, and I was like, that is the one I'd like to win. I'd love to win. Obviously, being the East there and stuff, that's obviously another one I'd like to win. But that was the one I was really targeting. Yeah.
Well, you mentioned the East. This is going to be going out next week in the lead up to the East. We are obviously going to be broadcasting the final round of the championship again. You've won this before.
Mm-hmm.
You live in locally. You play you're a member here. All the things are kind of lining up.
Yeah.
Is that additional pressure that, like, now that you won last week as well, or 2 weeks ago, are all the members just saying, "I go on, like, go for two for two, you can do it, Stewie." Yeah,
a few of them have said that for sure. Yeah, but I actually feel a little bit not as much pressure, if I was being honest.
Great,
which is nice. Yeah, because I've kind of got a win already, I guess, but. Once kind of next week rolls around, like, I'll be super focused, and I want to get the win, of course. I love this golf course. It's in incredible condition. The lads have got.
I saw, yeah.
It's the greens are so good, so it's going to be a great week. Hopefully the weather plays ball. Hopefully it's not too bad. But yeah, I'll be buzzing by next week. To be honest, I can't wait for it.
When you won there in Sea Point, did it mean anything different to you after, like, you've won amateur championships before? Won professionally, you're older now. You're still young, but you're older than you were when you won the championships. Did it mean anything different?
Yeah, no, I still wanted to win. Yeah, I mean, as I said to you, it was a huge side relief because of the one I wanted to win, and I suppose I was outspoken about that I wanted to win it. So that was probably just relief, I guess. Yeah, I suppose it's opened up a few doors for sure this year. Obviously, we've Europeans on in Ireland, and Eisenhower's on this year, Walker Cup's on this year. So, yeah, look, they're the things I want to do. And, like, winning this has opened the door. I still think I have to play really well to make these sort of teams. But I think it's given me an opportunity now to go on.
Okay, and so the penultimate group have just played their approach shots into the second hole there. So just to play there, Michael, could you let me know who was that? That was just, what was the order of play there?
Bit further back and just caught the front of the green, the bottom layer, bottom shelf, and again. The best.
Okay, and so there, Michael's going to head on to the group there and just follow the action on toward the second hole. Yeah, stay on here and then I'll go there. Okay, and so yes, they are making their way up to the second hole. So as Michael said, Stuart Graham first to play there. The scores as it stands at the moment. The final group have teed off of the first hole there over my shoulder. They're making their way down the first fairway. I'll just give a quick score update as I have it here now. So scores in the second to final group. Leader is Gavin Tiernan, who his approach shot in there. Michael, this is what David Howard to play first, is it?
No, Johnny, it's going to be it's probably Stewie Gretton. As you can just see, he's coming back down. He's got to get that ball up second tier and kind of stop in around that hole. So he's got to hit it hard, but again, severe drop off the back. Davey Howard is kind of just right of him, just on the edge of the green. So he's up into that second tier. So easier putt, but a very, very difficult green.
And I mean, you can just see there, like the flag in the distance in the background of that shot is just aggressively blowing all over the place. So Stuart Gretton puts away.
That's a very good putt from there, Johnny. Really, really hard to judge the distance.
Yeah, and so next up, this is David Howard, is it?
Gavin Tiernan.
Gavin Tiernan. I will get it eventually. Gavin Tiernan.
So again, you can just see Johnny. He's closer than Stewie was, but he still has to second tier and stop it dead.
So this putt looks like pretty aggressive slope there from that lower tier up to the higher tier. Decent putt there from Gavin Tiernan, but he's going to mark it.
Yeah.
And
he's given himself a bit to do there, Johnny, with that one. He's left a little bit long. David Howard is just off the green. It's this kind of severe start. So trying to get this to stop though will be a little bit difficult. But he has made it up to that second tier.
okay, interesting. So yeah, so obviously that tier and that bank in the middle of the green, he doesn't have to worry about as much, but this putt looks like it's going to fall away from him pretty quickly.
Now, Johnny, when I say he tapped that, he barely tapped it as it came down off that side, and it just missed on. Oh, just slipped out for Gavin. He'll be annoyed at that, Johnny. That was just didn't break as much as he thought.
Okay, and so that is the second hole there. Stuart Grehan with a par there. Par, yeah, he made par, didn't he, Michael? Yeah, so Stuart Grehan making his par there on second hole.
Johnny, par 5, so it's a bird for Stuart Grehan and a birdie for Davy Howard, but a par for Gavin Tiernan, which, that's one. He looked coming off that green. A definite birdie chance he let slip. But 2 good birds for the other.
Okay, yeah, very interesting. So as it stands then, 5 under par for Gavin Tiernan. Stuart Grehan moves back to 3 under par, even par for his round so far through 2 holes. And David Howard progressing to just 1 shot off the lead at 4 under par, just behind Gavin Tiernan of County Louth Golf. David Howard, of course, is of Foda Island, as Stuart Grehan is of County Louth. It's a busy leaderboard, as the final group, those people in the last group, are definitely not giving up this championship by any means whatsoever. So it's a lovely sunny day. Wind looks like maybe it'll calm down a little bit, but I honestly wouldn't hold out too much hope. It's been a blustery all day. It's going to continue to be a blustery all day as this goes on. And just on that video piece that we played, that was of course actually Stuart Grehan, who was talking about winning the the Flowgas Irish Men's Amateur Open Championship just a couple of weeks ago over at Sea Point Golf Club. He has won the East of Ireland Amateur Championship before. He has the opportunity to win 2 championships in 2 goes. And up first here now, this looks like it is David Howard on the tee here at the 3rd hole. Balls away. Look at that recoil off that tee shot. Great shot. Great swing. And up next is Stuart Grehan. He has driver in hand. This man sends the golf ball so far. A few years ago, probably about 4 years ago, nearly 5 years ago at this point, I played a game of battle golf against Stuart Grehan in Paris Court Golf Club. And to say that I got humbled is an understatement. Battle golf, lovely drive there for Stu. He seems pretty happy with that. He's just watching it. It looks like it's maybe gone down the right hand side a little bit, but nothing too dangerous. As he watches on a little bit longer. Maybe potentially dangerous, because Stewie was watching that for quite a while. But Gavin Tiernan is up next. Very briefly, Battle Golf, a whole other game that's going on that we play on the Bogeymen YouTube channel. We play a PGA Pro or Elite Amateur in a 9-hole match with a twist. That twist is if you lose a hole, you lose a club from your bag. So I played Stuart a couple of years ago and he absolutely humbled me. Gavin Tiernan with a great drive there away on the 3rd hole. And you can just see there Stuart and his caddy Conor Nolan having a chat, Gavin and his caddy just having a chat. Just a quick debrief as the players make their way down this 3rd hole. The 3rd hole is of course another par 5. It is it's very rare that early on you have back-to-back par 5s in the 2nd and the 3rd holes, but this is index 8, 545 yards, yards or meters, 545 yards long, this hole. So this is one that should be gettable for the guys. This is a great hole, this 3rd hole, par 5. It really narrows up the approach shot into the green. Michael, you're walking along there. What's the atmosphere like? There seems to be a very good group following the players.
Yeah, there's a good group here, Johnny. There's actually a bit of chat that's going on. I know they kind of know each other, but there's a good vibe here. There's a lot of support out for the 2 lads from County Louth, and the 3 of them hit absolute bombs on that hole. Now just to show how hard this wind is, we are actually having to wait before getting to the fairway, because there is on our fairway from another group. That's the wind is kind of blowing off. But yeah, a really good atmosphere. Three lads, really good players, and they've been smashed drives down this fairway. I don't know who that is, but it's just sailed the ball straight over this head, and just in a short at the other on the other green there. So back in movement, back on again.
Okay, so yeah, good to see that there's a little bit of chat going on between the guys, and God, look, you can see that crowd there of people following this second to last group. Obviously, there's plenty of local interest involved in this, as there is in the final group with Jared Dunn playing in this championship. Jared Dunn was obviously in the final group of the Flowgas Men's Irish Amateur Championship over in Sea Point. Again, a golf course and a golf club that he knows very well. He will no doubt be disappointed with not quite getting the W there 3 weeks ago in Sea Point, and this is one that he has eyed up, I'm sure, as a potential championship for him to take advantage of. But the wind just really starting to give us a little bit of a battering here, but it's a great test for these players. The golf course is playing fantastically. From the players that I've spoken to, it's playing very tough. Greens are rolling very nicely, and they're playing very tough. I mean, one of the players that I spoke to a few days ago, well, they'd played a practice round around the golf course, and he had said that he had never seen Baltray in as good condition as this week. And that was before the tournament had even begun, so you can only imagine the condition that it is in now. As the players here now, we've got one in the fairway, two in the fairway. Michael, have we got all three players in the fairway, or where has Stuart gone off to?
A long old dig here for the lads. Look, around 255 into the green, par 5, 5 yards. The three lads all sitting pretty in the fairway. Big dig. It'll be a big club to try to see if reach this in 2. Can't see if this reaching it in 2, but blind tee shot. Anyone knows this? The third hole here. They've got that blind shot now over that kind of hill into the greens. With the way the three kind of line up and what kind of clubs they pick up here.
Yeah, if you want to get a sense of just how blustery and windy that is, you can see from Michael's hair there being blown about the place. The third hole is a fantastic hole, this par 5. It really narrows up, really big pinch point just before the green. But then, for anyone that has played this golf course before, there's a massive drop off to the left-hand side of the green. So, and there's a mound and some rough, some heathery, longer grass on the right-hand side. So it's a very tough approach. If you play it right and play it to the narrowest part of the fairway, you can bounce it down and roll it up onto the green close to the flag for a good eagle opportunity. But at the same time, there's plenty of jeopardy, both left, right, and long of this green. So you have to be pinpoint, you have to be precise, you got to trust your yardages, which when it's this gusty, more so than anything, like the wind has calmed down a little bit now, but we know that the wind's going to kick back up in just a few moments. When it's this gusty, I guess it just becomes so much harder to trust your yardages. And that's probably what each of these guys are just talking through with their caddies now and just trying to figure out what it is exactly they need to do. How they're going to play this hole, how they're going to approach it. And this is really where the true test for players of this caliber lies. Michael, are they waiting for the group in front to clear the way?
the wind doesn't affect it too much.
You can just see the crowds lining up on the right hand side, and there you go. He's pulled it out to the left hand side.
A little left. It's just gone a little left, Johnny. Hard to know how that finishes up. Davy Howard up next, only about maybe 5 yards, maybe 5 to 7 yards ahead of him. It looks like he's going again with maybe a 4-iron. You know, wind coming in off that right is just pushing everything down towards the left.
A strong wind like this, you'd want to be a brave man to try and start the ball on the right hand side of the green, right on line with where the spectators are. You're basically aiming on the left edge of that spectator line to try and hit a little draw in.
That looks really, really good. Again, Johnny said he started over the spectators there, and he just drew it in a little bit near onto that pole. Big round of applause from the spectators up on the mound. Again, we don't even know where it's finished, but it looks to be a good one. Stewie Grant going with, it's hard to tell. I don't think it's a 3-wood, could be a 5-wood. From the left-hand side of the fairway, he's got to probably hit a cut. It's going straight on top of those spectators. It's gone over their heads. I think it's okay. Again, just those spectators again. Low people out here around this hole, Johnny. I'm sure if you can see it on the camera, but
yeah,
a lot of fans.
Yeah, no, it looks great. There's so much there. You can really see just how many people there are. I'm just looking even over my shoulder back at you guys. No, it's great to see the dunes just lined with plenty of red shirts, as you like to call them, Michael.
Yeah, a lot of red. There's a lot of red out here with obviously being Baltray, but I'm not seeing with the weather as well. It brings more people out, especially when you've got some hometown favourites in the hunt.
Yes, absolutely. Can you tell me, so Stuart Graham there, when he hit his tee shot, he was watching it for a long time. He didn't seem particularly happy with it, but like left-hand side of the fairway, I mean, looked like an A1 position to me.
Yeah, when he hit his tee shot, it did. He was drawing a little bit. He was just holding on to see if it was going to keep drawing into the rough. The rough on the left, it's not too bad just off the fairway, but enough just to take away reaching the green too. So it came over that mound that we couldn't see, and when we got up to it, then it was fine. It was just outside the fairway, but there was that worry that it was taking the reaching the fairway out of play. He had a second shot again, straight over the spectators. There's a little bit of room there, so kind of that there was eyes on that he's in an okay position. Howard, absolutely perfect shot where you'd want it right of that target pole, and I was going to look here and see where he's going to left. The lads in 3 spots in this hole, so there could be a swing here.
Yeah, and really missing left here on the left-hand side of this green. These are very, very tricky up and down. Not really where Gavin Tiernan would want to have left himself, honestly, from any of the spots. We saw last year that a couple of players who were in the hunt early on last year lost their lead, and were basically never to be seen from again in this championship last year. And it was all down to the very, very tough drop off on the left hand side of this green here on the third hole. But we're just seeing the severity of it there now as our camera comes up over the dune, or comes up over that mound. So
3-4 feet from the pin. Gavin Tiernan, you can probably just see the green, so he's going to have a pretty tricky shot all the way up that hill. But he is safe. In terms of Stewie Graham, I think he's in the rough. I'm going to have a quick look and give you some info on that, Johnny.
What the lie is for Stuart Graham and how tough the rough is. He would be doing very well to even hold the green. The fact that David Howard there is on the green in 2 with 4 or 5 foot for his eagle attempt. That'll be massive for vaulting him from 4 under par, just one shot back of the
So-
lead, to 6 under par, and potentially taking the lead outright here on his own. But Gavin Tiernan just hitting his shot, his chip.
Oh, an absolute world-class shot there from Gavin Tiernan to knock about 3 feet with a bit of backspin. Stuart Grattan not in a great spot. He's right behind kind of tough to grass. They have it. He's going to have to hit it. He's going to have to open the face of a wedge. It's pretty hard to get it out. If he gets the thing, it'll roll down. He might be okay. I'll be worried about the big tuft of grass right in front of it. It's going to cause a little problem.
Yeah, I guess the big fear for them here is that you're going to have to accelerate into that ball to get it through that tuft of grass. But everything is, as you can see there, everything is making the ball want to run away from this mound. And I mean, the big risk with this is that he could go from one side of the green in the rough to the other side of the green and leave himself a really tough chip from down below the green, which, I mean, pick your poison. Go from bad to worse here, potentially, for Stuart Grattan.
He's gotten it out, but it's just hasn't got the run on. I think he a bit hard. There, he's out of the rough, kind of into just that first cut. Another kind of tough chip where a ball's just above your feet. Didn't quite enough on it. Happy enough to get it out of there.
Okay, very, very interesting. I think if Stuart Grattan, he's probably gone from very quickly thinking that this is a hole where you can get a shot back and get back into, closing the gap even further with Gavin Tiernan. He'd be happy now to walk away with a par here.
But it's a lot tight. Tough to really get his par here.
So it looks like it's still on Stuart Grattan. He's still the one away, is it, to hit his par putt?
It's a tough putt. It's uphill, just a tad to the left, if any. Long putt here for his par. Frustration as well, kick out of the grass. A huge par putt, just mentally as well. If he has super putt. It's just in backdoor, Johnny. Perfect pace. Just dribbled in. In terms of this for mentally just to get himself again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously he's now 3 under par. As it stands right now, he's just 2 shots back of Gavin Tiernan. Gavin, though, is up on the green in 3. He's got a birdie putt. He can extend it out to 6 under. But David Howard also in there about 3 or 4 foot away from the hole for his eagle putt.
Yeah, superb second shot from Davey Howard. David Howard just really straightforward, but it's all about the pace. It is uphill, probably moving a little to his right, just a tad. It's a tap birdie. Missed you, but it's a birdie for Howard.
Okay, so David then moves from 4 under to 5 under par, and he is temporarily tied for the lead alongside Gavin Tiernan. Gavin here, obviously his drive went down the fairway. Second shot came up to the left hand side of the green. He had a lovely chip up onto the green for his third. This is for his birdie 4.
Tops in for his third.
Okay, well listen, we're going to take a quick ad break here as our players make their way up onto the 4th green, but we will be back to you after just this 2-minute break.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super low battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
Let me just say that I'm joined by Ricky Morgan.
Yes.
How are you? Captain of County Louth Golf Club. Lovely day for it.
Beautiful. We've had all weathers, 4 seasons. First thing this morning, 6:30, lashing and wind, more lashing, and now we've lovely sunshine. A little bit of wind, but it's okay.
Yeah, no, blustery all day. It's a windy all day, but another busy year for County Louth Golf Club East of Ireland, and then you've got a certain boys amateur championship.
East of Ireland, and then the British Boys Championship in the 9th of August. So yeah, very busy. Obviously, as you can see, we've trying to get the building ready. The old girl is nearly 85 years old, so
Wow.
we're giving her a revamp and more sustainable building and stuff like that. So we hope to have everything finished and completed by then.
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. And like the golf course, I think I was talking to a few of the players. They were saying that the course is in some fantastic condition, some of the best that they've seen it in.
Yeah, probably. Look, I remember all my life. It's just fantastic. You know, we're lucky. You know, Wayne and his team have done a superb job. We put a new irrigation system in about 4 years ago, and it's we haven't had to switch it on much, to be fair.
Okay.
The amount of rain we've had in the last 4 years since it happened. But the level of work the boys have done over the winter, particularly on the paths and stuff, and you might have noticed all the new grass areas for the off runs from tee boxes and greens up to tee boxes are all it's all fully grass now, as opposed to shale paths.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, that's brilliant. I mean, like so getting the boys championship itself. Like, what's obviously that's a tournament, an event that doesn't come around very often. What's the process for that coming into Baltray?
There's no actually. We were just awarded it. I mean, we've done the last 5 years. We did the open qualifier, and then we had a visit from some of their team, and they told us then during the qualifier that they awarded us open standard for our course, which like a Michelin star type of and then before that they'd given us the of hosting the boys.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's in fairness, we took a vote off the members that they were happy with it, and we took our vote off the committees that they were happy with it, and all, you know, I think there was 28 people, and they all approved it. Yeah.
Wow. The East of Ireland Amateur Championship then, like obviously this is one of the regular home here. It's obviously created here, the Baltray, and lives here every week in, week out. How important is this championship to the membership? There's a lot of pride in. Oh,
absolutely. It's been running since 1941. PV Lyons donated the cup. I was just shown a clip of an award from 1943 of my grandfather, with him playing in the final of the club championships, which my grandfather lost and Peter Lyons won. And my grandfather in 1941 was the captain who presented the first cup to the great JB Carr, who went on to win it another 11 times.
Yeah, just the
12 times. Yeah, and poor old Roddy just won it once.
That was interesting. I was actually talking to Michael, my co-host, about the year that JB won it, and then the following year Roddy won it. Do you know, or would you know where Roddy came that year?
In the first year?
In the year that was the year that JB. Sorry, the year that Roddy won. Where did JB finish? Was he?
Oh, I don't know. I met Roddy there a couple of weeks ago, and it was Marty, I think, told me the story where JB was at an event, and he said to somebody, "This is my son Marty, or Roddy, we've won the East of Ireland 13 times," which Roddy. But no, I don't know where he finished that year. I think it was 19. 76.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's, I mean, a historic duo of having a father and son winning it in back-to-back years. Talking about the elite amateurs of this year, then you've got some great representation in these kind of final groups of players in the hunt. Jared Dunn also playing very well. He was in the final group there last week. Stuart Grattan, probably the biggest story. Turned professional for 5-6 years. Recently retained his amateur status. Wins the Flogas Irish Men's Amateur Open, and then he's a member here. As a member of Baltray, you must be looking at him saying, like, he could go 2 for 2 here.
Oh, absolutely, and obviously we've Gavin Tiernan in the mix, which will
actually
be
leading.
Which is phenomenal, and Jared Dunn, who, Jared's stalwart member here and competitor. He's real dogged, and he's fantastic. We have a great bunch of younger lads as well who played in the first early rounds and narrowly missed getting in. So yeah, we've a great healthy bunch now. Senior Cup team's looking good. Our Senior Cup selectors out there now just marking a few cards, but hopefully we beat Dundalk there last week in the Senior Cup, so
very nice.
Yeah, good little scalp.
And there's good representation or a presence here from the membership. I mean, you obviously you're wearing the iconic red, but you look around the fairways here, you can see the red spattered throughout the dunes. You make your presence known as a club.
Yeah, no, we love to wear our red jumpers and everything, and it's great when you go and play in teams. This year we're lucky we're into 11 of the men's teams next round, so we're supporting the Reds, so it seems to be working so far. So yeah.
Will you get out then much for today? There's certain groups you're going to try and follow?
Yeah. Well, I've been out obviously the last few days and stuff like that, so it's hard because there's a bit of a gap between the front guys and the next Stuart's group and Gavin's group, and then Jared's in the group behind, so yeah, it's just...
Are there a couple of holes, so which holes... Obviously, the course play is very, very difficult across the board, particularly in gusty, windy conditions like this. Are there a couple of holes that you're keeping an eye on that'll particularly
7 is key. 7 is a short par 3. Anybody who's played it knows it's just a wonderful par 3. But unless you're on the green, and even if you're on the green, if you have a long putt from the back right today with the wind behind you, you could very easily knock it back down the bank. I watched a couple of guys this morning and yesterday taking 2 and 3 shots to get back up onto the green, whether it was with the putter or with the wedge.
Okay, so they're like playing ping pong really from one side of the green to the other.
15 par 3 is playing difficult for the pin position. It's a little bit high in the right, so it's very tricky if you're coming to it from on the slope. 17 is straight into it, so the par 3s are playing particularly tough today. And
are they playing particularly, like, are they long in measurement? I mean, like the 7th hole,
no,
probably playing, it's 169 yards. Like, we're not talking about like 200 plus.
It's not even 169 today. They're playing off where the whites would be, so I think it's 154 or something.
Okay, wow.
Yeah,
right. And I guess that's a combination of it's a very difficult hole, but then
straight into
the wind as well is going to play a massive factor.
Into it, so little gusts are coming in, but that would be a tester for anybody.
Okay, so 7 and 15 are 2 holes in particular.
7, 15, 17, just the par 3s in general. 3 is difficult, obviously, up into the wind, and I think some of the guys are having a few problems now in the second as well, just with the wind coming from the right, that their balls are finishing left.
Okay, right. And how's your own game?
Next question.
There was a change in the calendar, a little bit of a shift. So the final rounds of the East of Ireland Championship used to be on the bank holiday Monday. You've now moved it forward to the Sunday. I understand there's a Sunday social afterwards.
So years ago, when I was growing up, the East of Ireland was always famous for great fun and whatever. So on Sunday night used to be the guys who didn't qualify would all stay in the clubhouse, and we had bedrooms and stuff in those days, and we'd have a good old bash now going long into the morning. That kind of died off a lot, and then about 3 years ago, I remember at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock in the evening in the bar, I was standing there and I was the only person in it. Okay. And then back in the day, you needed special passes to get in on the Sunday evening. There was security guards on both doors and stuff. So this year, a combination of, because we've the boys' championship, the members are going to be out for a week. We asked Golf Ireland, can we move it back a days, which means the members have bank holiday Monday to be able to play, and it gives us the opportunity then to be able to have a bit of a social night straight after the presentation tonight, which you're all welcome. There's plenty of 0-0 for anybody driving, so but yeah, it'll be a good night.
it's always a fun championship, and it's always had great winners. So I'm sure today will be no different. We'll have a bunch of local interest in.
Oh,
in
absolutely!
The hunt as well.
Look, if a local comes in, wow, brilliant! We couldn't be happier.
Lovely stuff.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm going to let you get out there.
Yep.
Go follow the golf in person.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Cheers.
Yeah, and thanks for coming.
Cheers.
Thank
no
you.
worries. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with more live coverage on course after this.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super low battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
In action here now, as you can see there, that is the 6th green, and in case you were wondering just how windy it is, just look at the flag just blowing around the place. We're up here on the balcony of the clubhouse, and I mean I'm being blown about the place myself. I have a score update for you, as up to date as we can possibly have it. David Howard is 3 under for the day. He is 6 under total, which is a 1-shot lead over Gavin Tiernan, who is 5 under for the tournament, even par for the day. Adam Fahy then is 4 under for the day, 3 under total. He is tied for 3rd place. He's from Portmarnock. David Kitt is even par through 3 holes, and he is at 3 under par total, also tied for 3rd. Just from the group that we are following here, Stuart Gretton is 2 over for the day, which leaves him at 1 under par for the tournament. As of the scoring that I have, that is through 4 holes. So it's on his 5th. So obviously they're on the 6th hole right now. So as far as I'm aware, all 3 players parred the 5th hole. Actually, no, apologies. Gavin Tiernan bogeyed the 5th hole there. He has been updating his scores hole by hole. Fair play to you, Gav. Very good. David Howard in there, in the lead, and this is this is David here, just picking up his ball. So I've been getting it wrong all day, but what I'm going to say is that this is Gavin Tiernan on the green put-in. I am being told by Michael that this is correct. This is Gavin Tiernan. It only took me 6 holes to identify the players properly. My apologies for that. This is his birdie attempt, as he just steps off. Look, you can just see that that's what the wind is doing. This is his par attempt, as far as I'm aware. And you can just see like the wind is like the gusty wind it's a much more difficult wind, in my opinion, than a consistent strong wind. At least if it's a consistent wind, you know, all right, yeah, it's like a 1, 2, potentially a 3 club wind if you're playing in gale force. But with a wind like this, because the gusts are coming up to 50 kilometers an hour from what we have, as Gavin's par putt slides by, and so he's going to drop down to 4 under par. But gusty winds like this, like I was saying, because they're going up to about 50 kilometers an hour, as well as being very cold, I'm not going to lie to you, sitting here, I'm pretty chilly, and I'm wearing a couple of layers on me. It makes it so difficult, because by the time you've picked your club, gone through your process, hit your shot, and by the time the golf ball gets into the air, a gust could have come through, or a gust could have stopped. And you're either going to leave yourself well short, or you could have blown past what you think the wind was going to hold the ball up. So you can leave yourself in all sorts of situations. Stuart Gretton here, also with the par putt. And he does indeed. Okay, so he remains at 1 under par. And this is David Howard now, with his par attempt. Like, I know it's sunny and all, but like, fair play to him just wearing the t-shirt. Like, it's the wind is making it pretty chilly, I'm not gonna lie. Or else I'm just, I just don't handle the cold very well. I'm gonna say it's because it is very cold, and not just that I'm, not capable of handling it. Beautiful big dunes in the background of that shot, though. I mean, just as beautiful as those dunes are, that is what we're dealing with from a transmission perspective. That's why the image is getting a little bit sketchy at certain points. Michael, do you have an update for us from on the course? Are you finding it as cold as I am? In fairness to Michael, he's not going to do any talking now because the players are all just walking past him. Talk about an inappropriate time to start doing a piece to camera. But
it's extremely 165, huge kind of numbers around. When we spin around, we'll show you the wind. It's chilling, but the lads are fighting it. It's green with the wind pushing it across. So yeah, it's a battle. I think when we make the turn, then see if when the wind changes, it might make a difference. But it's about kind of holding on to. So little par 3 into the wind, playing 165. Is it a 1-2 club wind? That's kind of the big question for these guys as they're stepping up here. The whole really big around the green, and then following this in here are the 2 local lads. So
yeah, I think the wind is only really going to do one thing today. It's just going to continue to get stronger and stronger as our cameraman is just weaving his way in and out of the players there. I'll tell you what, if they didn't know that this was being broadcast, they do now. So, 7th hole, as we were saying, is playing 169 yards from the tips. The captain, Andy, was saying that's probably playing closer to the 160, maybe the 155 number. Just playing a little bit forward, but we played this hole a little over a year ago, myself and Michael, and I was playing ping pong across this green, going back and forth and back. This is a green that can ruin your day. There's a little bit of a hold up, it seems, as the group in front. Obviously, this is what we were talking about. The hole is playing very, very difficult, and it's just kind of slowing down a little bit. The wind does not seem to be abating whatsoever. It's just a breezy all day. So David Howard here just backed off there initially. He had a quick conversation with his caddy. He's lined up to the 7th hole. Okay, so David Howard's tee shot there, as you saw, he just stepped off, spoke to his caddy, and then lined up again. That ball pitched onto the green, but then just spun and rolled back off the front of the green. He had a 5-iron, is what I've been told. So that's just an idea. You get a sense of the wind here. Stuart Graham stepping up to hopefully do the same thing. But there we go, 5-iron from 160 odd yards into the teeth of this very strong wind. Stuart Graham hits a punch shot, but he picks up the tee shot very quickly. And so Stuart's golf ball has just gone a little bit long left of the green here now, as Gavin Tiernan is setting up on the left hand side of the tee box, very close to our camera. And he doesn't necessarily like that. And that's gone off the back left, similar to where Stuart Graham's golf ball has gone to, but not in a bad position whatsoever. Michael, you're looking lovely there. What's going on the golf course? What's the atmosphere like?
You can kind of see just behind me the amount of people around the green. The lads are struggling with this wind. They're hitting. It's your great.
We're going to take a quick ad break, and then we'll be back with more live coverage from the East of Ireland Amateur Championship just after this.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super low battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
Okay, so just a quick update on what has been going on with our leading group. So David Howard hit a lovely chip from where he was to about 2 foot, basically to stone dead. Stuart Grehan's tee shot there on the 7th actually did roll off down into a little swale as well. He hit his stone dead. Michael was saying that he hit it to about 2 foot, maybe even 1 foot less than that. So it's you have to assume that both gentlemen there are going to save their par. Gavin Tiernan, also, it looks like it's going to be pars all round for the three boys here. But David Howard there. So Gavin's got about 10 foot putt here. Michael, is that for birdie or is that for par? Okay, so Right, so Gavin Tiernan there, he had a long putt there from off the green, puts it was 12 foot there, just misses that one out, unfortunately. So he is going to drop another shot here, Gavin Tiernan. It looks like he is going to go down to a couple shots back now off of David Howard in the lead. David Howard with a downhill putt. David Howard here with his par putt. He's really taken a lot of time over it. You can really, you have to imagine that the wind is playing a lot of havoc with these golf balls. How much do you take the wind into account with putts like these? They're 2 foot. Do you just hit it a little bit firmer? And that's exactly what he just did. He hit it a little bit firmer to try and take the wind out of it, and he's flown that one past. He's left himself easily 5 foot back here now. We'll call it 4.5 foot. We'll call it 4.5 foot uphill for bogey. Yeah, so Stuart Graham himself there, just kneeling down, getting onto his honkers, just a second glance, third glance at what's going on there with his own putt. I mean, that's something that'll definitely make you second guess what you're meant to be doing or what your putt is going to be doing. But Kenny Louth, Baltray, really showing his teeth and just showing that how tough of a championship this East of Ireland Men's Amateur Open Championship is to win. You really are going to have to go out there and shoot a good score. It almost feels as if the wind is getting up. So, I mean, players such as Keith Egan, who are 3 under, and he's obviously only 1 under for the championship now, but these championships are incredibly tough to win, and when the wind like this gets up, it really just shows, as you know, it's a gorgeous, it's a glorious day, as you can see behind me here. But it's tough. It's tough to. It's tough to win these championships. Like I was saying earlier on, an inconsistent, a gusty wind like this, it just becomes very, very tricky to claim, and that combined with just the pressure of winning championship golf really just shows that it is a very, very tough championship to win, and just how hard these championships are to win. Stuart Grehan, from what I understand there, tied it up for his par. So he remains in there at 1 under par for the championship. If I have that correct, 2 under par. My apologies, 2 under par for the championship. He's 1 over par for the total, but yes, apologies, 2 under par for Stuart Graham there through 7 holes now. Coming up now is the par 4 8th hole called Barnabeog, stroke index 6. This is playing let me see, can we see it from where we are? We're playing away out toward the sea here. This is a great par 4, 419 yards. So going playing downwind, wind off the left, I'm going to say. So it's a very tricky hole. It's going to be made all the more tricky now. This different wind. I mean, that's the whole point with this wind not being the usual wind that we were saying this golf club has. Usually the wind comes from just straight up the east coast. This is good, heading from west to east, which is not the usual wind. I'm just looking at my notes here for the 8th hole. So in and around the 228 to 278 mark. So, well within the 3 wood to driver range for these players. The fairway really narrows up, and they're going to leave themselves a very tough to semi-blind approach shot into this low 8th green. But you can see there, is that an iron off the tee for David Howard? It is indeed. And then next up is Gavin Tiernan. He also with an iron, maybe a driving iron in hand. And players are away here now.
three shots, iron, kind of like a hybrid. It was very low, caught up into the colour. Where David's gone a little bit of trouble out there. It's going to be about 2 to the green, which is issue he didn't want. And that's why he across, and then Aaron, who just hit a.
Okay, so we are on the 8th hole here as our players are about to hit their approach shot in. That's Gavin Tiernan there, just about to play his shot in. 3 lovely approach tee shots in from both players, it seems. Gavin hit a great shot into the back of the green there, so he's in very good position. Stewie Graham just seemed to get caught a little bit. Yeah, so what I mean by that when I say he got caught a little bit is he had a great tee shot, but it probably just bounded on a little bit that you can see there on the left hand side he's bounded up into that slightly longer grass. So the dune, I mean, it'll play a little bit of a visual havoc with his shot. It'll mean he'll have a little bit less control hitting his approach shot into the green, but he's such a good player that he'll have no problem at all trying to getting spin on the ball. His biggest thing is just picking a target line and seeing exactly where he's going to start the golf ball and just trusting it really more than anything. You can see him hopping there a couple of times. His lie is actually fine. Like he's there maybe to roll into the first cut, but it looks like fairway to me from back here. It's just that it's got a little bit of a blind shot. He's just running up onto that dune up there. He seems to like it anyway. His playing partners have moved on. You can see that the temperature has dropped a little bit now. A couple of grey clouds are blowing in over my head here at the clubhouse. Has definitely dropped, but this group are coming round through the 8th hole, and then they're playing back up over my right hand shoulder, as you'll see it here, coming back the 9th hole toward the clubhouse, and then in across the 10th, and then obviously we'll be into our back 9, our final 9 holes of this East of Ireland Amateur Championship. Just to say again that the Bogeyman is brought to you, these live broadcasts are all brought to you in partnership with AIG, who are a proud partner of Golf Ireland and Golf in Ireland for over 25 years. Walking on toward the green, both David Howard and Gavin Tiernan both on there as well, putting a couple of layers on. Although is Howard still just rocking just a t-shirt? The man must not feel the cold. He feels no cold, feels no pressure, as he seems to be holding on to the lead now through 7 holes. So David Howard there, just gone out the back of the green, as you can see there. So he's just going to have to chip up onto it, but he is 6 under par, 3 under through 7 holes. You know, they're on the 8th hole here. Tiernan, he dropped the shot, so he dropped on the 7th, so he went from 5 under to 4 under. He's now 1 over par for the day. Stuart Grattan is still in at 2 under par, which is 1 over par for the championship. David Howard just given this putt, or this chip, apologies, all of the attention. Not a huge amount of green to work with from where he is, so it's just going to be I mean, this is the stuff of nightmares for me. A chip like this, you know, not a huge amount of green to work with. He's gonna have to roll it there, get the ball to stop pretty quickly. I guess maybe you're saying the good thing is he's chipping back into the wind a little bit. Don't know how much of an impact that's going to have on him. I'll tell you what, he didn't use the wedge at all. There you go. He went with the putter. Texas wedge, classic. That's a shot that I can absolutely get behind. Texas wedge off the greens. Very, very good shot to maybe 3 foot away. Wind just blowing on again here. So I think next play, it looks like it might be Stuart Grattan. It's not. It's going to be Gavin Tierney, who's over on the right hand side. No, I'll tell you what, it is Stuart who he's away to play here next. So he's also just got putter in hand, but I mean he's on the green, so I mean that's what you use. Balls away. That's a really, really good putt. Put it to about 2 foot there. It's a super putt, especially after he'd not been able to see where the flag was necessarily from his approach shot. That was a brilliant birdie attempt. Leaves himself 2 foot there. Yeah, you got to say tap in par, remain at 2 under par, and just staying close to these guys, just staying near to them is still very important, as it looks like these windy gusts are just going to continue to, well, they're definitely going to stay here. They may even increase. Gavin Tiernan here now. He's got his birdie attempt. The flag has been taken out for him. And that just slides by as we're starting to get a little bit of drizzle here now. Hopefully that drizzle just kind of blows left and away from me. As we're sat here exposed to the elements, if it just blows that way a little bit more, that would be great. There's a couple of grey clouds blowing past. The sun's going to peer out and it'll be lovely and warm. But this is David Howard. It looks like it's David Howard who's up. It is indeed David Howard to tidy up for his par. So his putt slid a little bit further past. Yeah, his putt slid a little bit further past the hole than I had initially thought it did. Maybe about 6 or 7 foot past. So, and yeah, judging by that reaction, you can see there he just misses that. So that's a drop shot for David Howard for the leader. So he has now come back to the pack a little bit. Obviously, he had that 1-shot lead over Gavin Tiernan. So David is now in at 5 under par. Gavin Tiernan and Stuart Graham still to finish out on this 8th hole here. So Stuart Graham, only a couple of feet here, maybe two or 3 foot. Might have rolled. If you're going to nitpick, we'll maybe call it 3.5 to 4. No, definitely not for 3.5 to 4 foot. That was the easy little tap in 2 foot par putt for him. Very nice, hassle-free hole for Stuart Graham there, all things being told. And Gavin Tiernan here with his par putt to stay at 4 under par, I think it is, after that drop shot. It is indeed after the 7th hole. So scores on the doors as I have them right now currently is David Howard in at 5 under through 8 holes, Gavin Tiernan 4 under through 8 holes, and Stuart Graham is 2 under through 8 holes in this final group of our coverage. I will just do a quick update on scoring as I have it across the rest of the championship field. Robert Abernethy, 3 under through 13 holes now. He is 4 under for the championship so far. That has him in a tie for 2nd place. I believe it does. Yes, it does indeed. David Kitt is even par for his round. He is 3 under through 6 holes as far as I have it now so far. So they're obviously playing that par 3 7th hole. I think if I look over my shoulder here, yes, they're teeing off on the 8th hole. So they're going to make their way that group. Then as we mentioned, Stuart Graham 1 over par for the day, 2 under par for the championship. He is in 5th place. Keith Egan has managed to vault his way up 3 under through 13 holes for the day, 1 under for the championship. He is in tied for 6th alongside Kean Rafferty, who is 2 under through 8 holes. He is coming up the 9th hole there now. He's coming up the 9th hole now behind us, and he is also 1 under par. That's your top 6. David Redden and Jared Dunn are both in there at 1 under par. The top 10, you can probably hear it in you can probably hear on my microphone, the wind is absolutely gusting, and it's as the clouds kind of block the sun occasionally, it does get very chilly. I'm not gonna lie to you. Yeah, Stuart Graham just stepping off there. You can see Stewie just stepping off as these gusts just come in and just are really distracting and I mean, naturally, just getting the players to step off. Conor Nolan, the caddy, and Stuart just yelling to try and get the fans, the patrons, as I believe they call them around Candy Loud. The patrons are currently walking across the fairway as I look over my. Yeah, they're trying to walk directly into his line, but Stuart Graham stepped over it again. You got to think, into this wind, he's got driver in hand. He does indeed. So that might have made its way down toward the bunkers there on the left-hand side of the fairway. And next, right-hand side of the fairway, apologies. Next up, Gavin Tiernan, again, driver in hand. I mean, it's just, if you're taking anything other than driver going into, like, directly into this wind, you must be one of the biggest hitters I've ever seen. This has gone down the left hand side of the fairway a little bit, but he seems very happy with it. It's just beyond the bunkers on the left hand side. And now is David Howard, our leader by 1. He is also got driver in hand. So we've seen 1 left, we've seen 1 right. And we're going to see David Howard here now. Still just rocking the t-shirt. The man doesn't feel the cold. That's also going down the right-hand side of the fairway. And so our leader, David Howard, followed by Gavin Tiernan and Stuart Graham, are making their way down this ninth hole, apologies. Ninth hole. I'm being told by boots on the ground that even the locals are saying that this is windy. I mean, when the locals are telling you that this is a real wind, that's how you know that these are championship conditions. If the locals wouldn't even go out to play golf in this, and these are hardy bunch, the members of County Louth Golf Club. To be fair. You can probably see over. Actually, that's a great image. Over my shoulder here, you might be able to see there's a lovely sea of people. Oh, sorry, dust. A lot of dust. But over my right shoulder, you'll be able to see the sea of fans following this group. Great to see a couple of locals in the hunt, but David Howard of Photo Island, the Corkman, has a one-shot lead as it stands at the moment. God, it's blustery all day, boys. So we're just watching the players making their way down the fairway. David Howard there looks safe on the centre right hand side of the fairway. The man's hardy. He's a member of Photo Island. He's down in Cork. They don't feel the cold obviously down in Cork. Fair play to him. Straight into the wind, and you can see the clubhouse there in the background as they're making their way up. It looks like maybe they have this par 4 clock stucca. You're going to excuse my terrible Irish there. This 420-yard par 4 index, Sugar Index 2, very tough hole, but David Howard put himself into a lovely position. I'm getting he has 190 into the green. That just shows you just how strong this wind is. 190 yards into the wind, probably playing, I'm going to say 210. If they were hitting a 5-iron into the 7th to par 3, 165 yards, he doesn't seem too happy with that. That's gone to the left hand side. A 4 has been called as well, but he's not thrilled, but there we go. So Stewie Graham is the next to play here. 165 yards into this green, and he's taking for to get up and down for par. You can use the blustery all breeze that these gentlemen are playing in today. If this big cloud would pass, that would be nice because it's quite cold. So that just means that Gavin Tiernan is the last person to play, and he is on the left-hand side of the fairway. $100 yards to go here now for Gavin Tiernan. Super shot. So Gavin Tiernan just leaving himself 100 odd yards into play here. He seems to like it. He's watching it a little bit. Very nice. Yeah, good safe, middle of the green. He's making sure not to give any more of a advantage to David Howard. Stuart Graham here with his third shot, 90 yards. Stuart really does not like that. Pushed it out to the right hand side. His head goes into his hand there briefly. Conor Nolan just trying to take the ball, not the ball, the club from his player, just repairing the divot. Michael, can you tell me where has David Howard gone off of his brilliant drive there on the 9th hole? Michael, can you tell me where has David gone to?
He's just gone up on the left. Big rock. He's just up the bunker left. I think I wedged up against.
Okay, so David Howard's just gone into that back left bunker. Okay, so David Howard's actually tricky position again, so not a huge amount of green to work with. He's just got a delicate little shot here. Short-sighted is probably a harsh way of putting it, but he's got a very little green to work with. It shouldn't be too difficult a shot for a player of David Howard's abilities. You can see how far out left he is aimed just because he's got a restricted backswing. And that has rolled on a bit. Up next is going to be Stuart Graham to hit his fourth shot. It is indeed, it's his fourth shot up onto this green. Gavin Tiernan just bending down there, keeping an eye on or measuring out his line for his birdie attempt. A chance for him to close the gap a little bit further, or a little bit more. So it'll be it's going to be Stuart Graham, I think, to play first. So Stewart playing here now. Again, it looks like Texas wedge in his hand. It's actually just on the green. So I mean, his reaction to his third shot. I mean, he's obviously firing at pins, but he really wasn't happy with that approach into the ninth green with his third. It was a bit of a push out to the right, but that's a brilliant putt. Super putt. Yeah, brilliant putt. So he's probably going to, I mean, not probably, it's going to be a dropped shot for Stuart Graham there on 9. So Stuart is going to finish off at 1 under par. Gavin Tiernan has a chance to make his birdie here and get back to 5 under par, or get to 5 under par. Yeah, get back to 5 under par, even par for the day. And that one just lips out, just slides by. Good putt, very, very good putt. But he is going to finish front 9 at 4 under par. So that's Gavin Tiernan there. And then now it is David Howard's chance at 5 under par to make his par after a very, very good drive, has to be said. His approach shot in, his second shot in was very good. It just rolled out, ran out throughout the green into that back bunker. He's given himself a decent look here now for his par. This will be a very good sand save and give him a bit some confidence as well going into the final 9 holes, the final stretch. Well, the final stretch is probably a little bit early to be calling this the final stretch. We're halfway through the 18 holes. And that does not drop. So David Howard with a bogey there, and so that means that he is also at 4 under par for this championship so far. So there's a whole host of players here now in at 4 under par, tied for the lead. Stuart Graham looks to just tidy up for his bogey, and he does. So that 1 under par score is confirmed. So that 1 under par score is confirmed for Stuart Graham. So scores as we have it through 9 holes. David Howard in at 4 under par. Gavin Tiernan also 4 under par. Robert Abernathy, who is 3 under par for the day, is 4 under par through the championship. That is through 14 holes. I will say that he started on the 10th hole, so he is coming up to end of his round, and he's coming up to the 6th hole here now. At that farthest corner on my left hand side, David Abernathy, he was tied for 2nd place. David Kitt then is 3 under for the day, even par for the round through 7 holes. Keith Egan 4 under par for the day, 2 under par for the championship. He is in a tie for 5th through 15 holes. He also started on the 10th hole. So he is playing the 7th hole, the par 3 now, as we currently stand. So yeah, it's another lovely sunny moment. But as you can just see, and I'm sure you can hear it. If you can't hear it, you can definitely hear the wind. let's be honest. So it's a very blustery day. You can. And conditions are tough. They're testing for the players today. Everyone today, if I'm going to be honest with you. As our players make their way up to the 10th hole, Gannon's Way, this par 4, 425 yards is what this hole is going to be playing. Stuart Graham on the tee box here now. So Stuart Grant, driver in hand. It's going to look over my own shoulder here. This is one of the few holes that I actually get to watch from our studio position. Driver's away, but it's gone to their left. Spotters have it. It's just rolled into the rough, but it's fine. His approach shot into the 10th green is going to be blind, but he's going to be okay. Gavin Tiernan there, you could see really just exaggerating that cut or fade movement there on his backswing or on his downswing. So he has driver in hand also, and that's gone left. He really doesn't like how left that one's gone. Spotters have it though. They're just going down to catch it. Not catch it, go down to find it. Yep, they have found it, so that's okay. And third to play, last one to play on this 10th hole is David Howard, our leader. Again, he is also 4 under par. Driver in hand. And quickly picks the tee up. And that's on the left hand side of the fairway. Is it going to hold? It is indeed. Yeah, so that is on the left hand side of the fairway. We're going to take a quick ad break here before we come back to begin our back nine coverage here at the East of Ireland Amateur Championship. Thank you very much.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super long battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
Okay, so we are getting blown about here. I think here at the East of Ireland Amateur Championship. You can see the guys there on the 10th fairway just making their way just behind us. Let me have a quick look. The boys, you're looking great. You're doing the Lord's work. Fair play. 115 for David Howard, first to play off here. Now the lads are doing super stuff. Obviously, what we're doing here, broadcasting amateur golf. I mean, like, look at that. That looks beautiful, doesn't it? Like, gorgeous sunny day, great golf course, some great golf on display. It's a privilege to be able to bring this to you guys all at home. Obviously, the ambition is to do these with bigger and better budgets, and eventually grow into the Golf Channel of Ireland. But right now, budgets are what they are, and we'll grow them, and we're very happy and very thankful to the partners that we have: AIG, Opal, Sun Mountain Sports, G4 for believing in us. And to be the first to do anything takes a lot of work, and for David Howard to potentially win his first championship takes equally as much work. He's the one who has to hit the golf shots, so we just got to watch him. But he didn't seem too pleased with that there now, David Howard. But it's not too bad. He just pushed it a little bit. Might have. So what I'm getting from the gentleman on course is that Stuart Graham is about 125 yards to the flag. Similar to what he had on the 8th hole, blind shot, got a hit over this dune. He's just picking his line, picking his target. His lie looks pretty good from where he is. That part of the golf course is pretty exposed. Michael, what are you seeing there on the golf course?
Check. See the flag. About 1, 2, 3. Looks pretty good. In the line, compared to the grass, that's what we got. Which shouldn't be good. It's really tough.
Yeah, it's
just hard to that wind coming up.
Yeah, so Stuart Garden and Connor's caddy Connor Nolan, they're just picking their lines and just working through where they want to be starting this golf ball. Again, just hitting a kind of punch 3/4 shot, run around to see the dune, see if he likes it. Stuart Graham, we know, can get animated, so if he likes it, he might get a little fist bump or a little bit of happiness out of him. He seems pretty happy with that. Not getting a huge amount of response out of him after that, but it's a lovely shot. Rode the wind very nicely there. Now is Gavin Tiernan to play his second shot in, a little bit deeper into the rough than what Stuart Graham had. He has probably a little bit more grass to try and contend with, as you can see there. He's got a fair bit more grass to contend with. Okay, so as you can see, like that grass just up to his knees, like it's going to take all of his strength. The wind pushing the ball from right to left. That grass, if it grabs the golf club, more than likely is going to pull the golf club to the left. So everything is going to want to go left on him. So he's going to have to aim this ball very, very far to the right. In my very amateur opinion. Smooth. I don't think he necessarily got as much out of that as he might have wanted, Gavin Tiernan. But as we are looking to survive the windy conditions here from our side, the players are making their way up onto the 10th green. the 10th green. I was just looking to try and get an update on scores for you across not only this group but across the wider competition as well. And I had to say, apologies, I was incorrect on Gavin Tiernan's score. He is actually 3 under through 9 holes. He was not 4 under. I had him at 4 under there through 9 holes. He is 2 over for the day. As it is right now, Robert Abernethy is 3 under for the day, 4 under for the championship. David Howard tied for the lead at 4 under par, 1 under for the day. Gavin Tiernan is then in third place on his own at 3 under par. Keith Egan and David Kitt are about 2 under par. And then Adam Fahey and Stuart Graham are at 1 under par. Dylan Keating round out the top 10 then at... It's still very much all to play for these final holes. So Keith Egan is through 15 holes, as is Adam Fahey. Robert Abernethy is through, getting down to the business end of this competition for everyone. We're getting down to the last 4 to 8 holes for everyone here. There's still a handful of shots in it. I mean, one bad or one good hole for a player either way can sway the leaderboard in any which way, to be honest with you. Stuart Graham here now is the next to play. I mean, you can see it there on our camera's live shot. The amount of crowds now lining up around the green is very, very impressive. The amount of fans that you get to see here, that I get to come out and watch some brilliant golf, is a real treat. Stuart not liking that one and just throws his eyes to heaven there briefly as that one slides by. So this is Gavin Tiernan here now, playing his third shot. He's just missed it. So is that a tap-in par for Gavin Tiernan? It was indeed. So yeah, very good. Nice little tap-in par for him there. Up next, so David Howard. This is his par attempt. Okay, and so play has concluded there on the 10th hole as they move their way over to the 11th. And the rain has appeared to join us. Hopefully not for too long. Now, this was not in the forecast. This rain was not in the forecast. So hopefully this, like the last one, this cloud will just kind of blow off toward the southeast and just leave us alone. Mainly because we have a lot of electronics here and we don't really want the rain, if at all possible. The next hole is the 11th, par 4, index 1. This is a hole that our captain here, Andy, in County Louth Golf Club was warning us about. Tough old hole, although it is going to be playing downwind, or I guess across the wind. It's going to be playing very, very tricky. This par 4, 477 yard, 11th hole called Long Bank. Is how we've been told is one of the holes to absolutely watch out for, as one of the tricky holes that could ruin a scorecard. The rain seems to have dissipated here now, but it is Ireland on the 1st of June, so who knows what's going to happen. It could...
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super low battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
See there are crowds of people walking down the 11th fairway behind this feature group, or our leaders group. Michael, can you tell me what's the atmosphere like on the ground?
More
Okay, yeah, thanks for that, Michael. It seems like there's a little bit of audio interference there on your microphone, unfortunately, but we'll work to resolve that. But general gist that I was getting from Michael there was that I mean, a lot of fans. You can see them. You can see all the fans there walking around with them. As this feature group are making their way through the 11th hole. You can just see that Michael there is weaving his way in amongst, or in and around all of the big fans, which is the big crowds of fans. And David Howard there just hitting his approach shot. Wasn't too happy with it from the outset. Pushed it a little bit to the right. Both of the guys are bang in the middle of the fairway. Stuart and Gavin Tiernan both in lovely position there off the tee box. But quick score update for you here. So obviously David Howard making that bogey on 10 has dropped him back to 3 under par, which means that Robert Abernethy of Dunleary Golf Club is 3 under par for the day, 4 under par through for the championship, and that is through 14. It says through 14 holes, but when you click into it, it is through 16 holes. Whereas back to our group here, there's 140 or so yards for both players, playing downwind, uphill a little bit, uphill lies for both of them. So Tiernan just to play first. He's just a little bit before. You can see the 2 golf balls there in the shot. He's maybe like 2 foot, 3 feet behind Stuart Getton's golf ball. So congratulations to Stuart winning the long drive contest on this hole. The wind is helping a little bit off the left to right. As we were saying earlier on, this is the Index 1, the toughest hole on the golf course. This is not generally the wind that this hole plays. He's taking dead aim straight at this flag. The super shot, really, really nice. Pin high, middle of the green. Very, very nice shot. He's smiling. A rare smile for Gavin Tiernan there. It's his first smile for a couple of holes, which is, look, it's always nice to see. That's what it's all about. So pressure's on there. Or the question has been asked of Stuart Graham, who's currently 1 under par through 10 holes. Can he do the same shot, or can he do one better? Oh, just a little bit short than that. He holds the green. He stays on the green, but the hat comes off, and you can just see he's just taking a minute just to breathe. He's just trying to, he's just letting out a little bit of frustration, which is completely fair, completely understandable. He's a competitive beast, Stuart Graham, as are all of the men here competing. Robert Abernethy is it's been confirmed as 4 under through 16 holes. He's got 2 holes to play. He's coming up the 8th hole, and then he'll be finishing on the 9th hole. Robert Abernethy. He's currently got a 1-shot lead over the feature group that we are covering right now. So he is the man to catch, a 4 under par. Fair play to him. We're going to stick with the group of David Howard, Gavin Tiernan and Stuart Graham. So our players are making their way up to the 11th green. And then after this hole, obviously we're going to make the players are going to make a turn onto the 12th, 13th, and 14th hole, which are 3 fantastic golf holes here at County Louth, but they're part of that tougher service section of the golf course from our side, as they get to about a kilometre or so away from us here in the clubhouse. It's bigger dunes over on that side of the golf course. So I think we'll be joined by our third guest of the programme once we get to the 12th hole. David Howard here to play his third shot. He's in the rough. That bunker potentially could play a little bit. He's not thrilled with that. He is putting, but he's not thrilled. David Howard here now. Again, scrambling to save his par. So both Gavin Tiernan and Stuart Grahan just surveying their options. It'll be Stuart Grahan who'll be first to play. Obviously, as you can remember, Stuart's shot just came up on the front of the green, probably just a little bit short. Short of the flag, not short of the green. So he is putting, but he has a long range birdie effort. They're just surveying the options. Connor, Caddy, and Stuart just walking through the process. They're a duo that have obviously found some success very recently, winning the Flogas Irish Men's Amateur Open Championship over at Sea Point just a couple of weeks ago. He is starting to fall a little bit behind. It is being said, this group, the leading score is 3 under, and David Howard is scrambling to stay at that. But the man to catch is Robert Abernethy, who is 4 under par through 16 holes. He has obviously just got 2 holes left to play, and he is a 4 under par. Stewart's put there so close, really good pace, but just did not drop for him. So Stewart there, we were saying that he needs to create a little bit of mojo and just get something to fall his way. But that was a good attempt. Frustration starting to come to the fore a little bit with Stewart. Yeah, you have to say he was kind of kicking grass there, kicking the mounds a few holes ago, understandably. And then just with that approach shot in, just took a minute on his own. Gavin Tiernan with his own attempt for birdie and not. Yeah, it's just also, I mean, everyone's kind of, the frustrations are showing. This is where it's down to it. This is the final 7 holes, final 8 holes of the championship golf. Frustrations are going to come to the fore for all players. But David Howard here now. Every putt in a championship golf or in competitive golf is important, but for this one, for David Howard to stay at 3 under par on the 11th hole is particularly important. This keeps him just 1 shot back of Robert Abernethy at 4 under par. Well done. I'm sure he's aware of what's going on the leaderboard, but that is a very, very important putt for David Howard to make his par and stay at 3 under par, just 1 shot back. Gavin Tiernan here to save his own par. He does indeed. And so all 3 players have made par here on this 11th hole. So they stay at 3 under par for David Howard, 2 under par and 1 under par for Gavin Tiernan and Stuart Gretton as it stands. We're going to take a very, very brief break, commercial break, and we'll be back to you in just 2 minutes with our next guest, Fred Hoy, the course convener here at Canillas Golf Club.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super low battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
Okay, so we are resuming with our on-course coverage and on-course action. So we are on the 12th hole. We literally could not, the 13th actually, I guess, is probably the furthest, and the 14th tee is the actual furthest and highest point in the ground. But this is as far from the action as we in the studio here can get. They are on the very, very, very far corner. You might be able to see the Irish flag there in the distance. Left and back of that, behind all of those massive dunes, is where the action is going on, and the players are just finishing up on the 12th green and 13th tee box. So I'm just looking to get a final update on scores for you if I can, so please excuse me as I turn around, because as it stands right now, Robert Abernethy is okay. Sorry, score update. Let me just do this properly for you. Robert Abernethy has just bogeyed his 17th hole of the day, the 8th hole, which is a par 4. He had a 5, and that has moved him back to 3 under par. He is currently on, if not walking off of, the 9th green, which is his 18th hole, his final hole of the day. We are going to wait for a score to come in from them, because there's a potential there that he could have taken the lead outright again, or he could be finishing the day at 3 under par, tied for the lead alongside David Howard and David Kitt of Athenry, who are both even par for their day and 3 under for their championship. David Howard on the 12th hole, as I was saying, or just finishing the 12th hole, and David Kitt, who is just through 10 holes. No, he's not through 10 holes. They're on the 11th. They're on the 11th green. They're on the 11th hole. So they're through 11 holes. So I'll just have an updated score on that. So Gavin Tiernan then is in 4th place at 2 under par. So this is all very, very close. There's one shot separating 1st place and 4th place. 2 shots separating 1st place and 5th place. Top 10 are even par or better. There's only actually 9 players that even par or better. The wind, the golf course and the conditions, the wind have really bit back today. It's been tough weather conditions all week. Yesterday, from all accounts that I heard, it was just all sorts of weather coming in, from rain, sunny showers. Speaking of sunny showers, there might be a little bit of that coming down here in a minute, but hopefully not. It's very much all to play for here, and just to round out, I'll give you the top 10 here as it stands. Robert Abernethy, David Howard, David Kitt at 3 under par. Gavin Tiernan in at solo 4th at 2 under par. Keith Egan finished his day at 1 under par, 3 under for the day, 1 under for the championship. He is tied for 5th alongside Dylan Keating and Kean Rafferty and Stuart Graham. They are your top 8. 9th place is Adam Fahey, who's even par. And then there are a couple of players, Luke Kelly and David Redden, at 1 over par in tied for 10th. So the gap between 1st place and 10th place, 3 shots, is absolutely minimal. It's there's absolutely very, very few in it. As we can see here that Stuart Graham is just teeing off on the 13th. As a big dirty cloud is coming over. Stuart, happy enough with that. He's teed off, picked it up to his tee very quickly. Gavin Tiernan So Stuart Graham, I'm being told his tee shot is in the middle of the fairway. It looks like a big dirty rain cloud is coming in here now, guys. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's so ominous. It's so ominous. I'm just watching it come at me. Gavin Tiernan then, lovely drive. He's just watching it. It's gone out left a little bit, not too far out to the left, but he should be okay. It's kicked back toward the right. Kicked out to the right, so that's absolutely fine. It's all good. I'm just really hoping that this cloud passes very quickly, because this could get cold and could get wet very, very quickly. I'm just waiting and basically stalling time a little bit to see if Robert Abernethy of Dunleary Golf Club, now that he's finished, if he would come up and have a chat with us. Just going to see if we can see him basically walking through the car park or not first, but the rain is starting to come down here now, and that's fun. So I'll tell you what we'll do real quick, actually. This is a great point. It was mentioned there earlier on that Stuart Graham, he was professional and then just this year has regained his amateur status. So I had a conversation with Stuart about his year so far, about his professional journey, but also about his amateur ambitions going forward and what the future might look like. So what does this season look like from your side? I imagine you're playing all the amateur championships?
Yeah, in Ireland, yes. I'm playing European Amateur, which I get into, which is great, and I'm going to the European Mid-Am actually, just after the East. I know
that's a whole other route now that is open to you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so that was always in my plans. I've since winning, I think people are trying to steer me towards maybe playing St Andrews that week. St Andrews Links is on, but I myself and Carla were bringing Kai with us to Portugal. It's kind of a holiday as well, so. That's important too. But if you go over and play European Mid-Am and somehow, if it goes really well, you get into the US Mid-Am. So that'll be really cool. That's another event I was kind of targeting this year. So these are all subjects of obviously playing really good golf, but it's nice to have these, bigger goals. You might as well kind of reach and try and win all these things. And
absolutely.
It's not going to happen. We all know that. Like, you're not going to win every event, but at least go out and try.
Yeah, especially when you talk about the Mid-Am route. Like, you've got Matt McLean there who went to the US Mid-Am. Hugh Foley played in a bunch of times as well. Like, there are contemporaries of yours that have done it and are doing it. You're like, why wouldn't you throw your hat in for that? Yes,
exactly. And Matt's been telling me all the places he's been and played and the teams and stuff. Like, I shared them down in Killarney last week, so that was really cool to hear all that, and how he's finding it and stuff. So it was kind of cool to hear that, and I'd love a little bit of a taste of that.
That's an interesting point you kind of referred to there. What's the camaraderie like now you're back here, back in Ireland, back on the circuit? Because although there are a number of guys who play professionally, I imagine everyone has their own routine. Everyone likes to do things their own way. So, and I don't want to say it's a lonely life, or it can be a lonely life. It certainly can be a lonely life, but when you're back here now in Ireland, I imagine it's a bit more, friendly competition.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, absolutely.
Everyone's competitive. For
yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, I didn't know some of the guys when I went down, so that was a bit different. I knew their names, but I didn't know personally.
Yeah,
I obviously knew Matt and Paul, but the rest of the guys I didn't really know. So it was my first time kind of meeting them and introductions and stuff like that. But yeah, we had good fun. There's a little bit of competitive juice down there, and it was great to see the golf course. Historically, we wouldn't get to see a golf course that far out, so that was cool to see. So yeah, it was nice. But yeah, we had a bit of crack, and I'd known Matt from years.
So confirmed score there. Robert Abernethy has finished at 4 under par. He birdied his 18th hole, the 9th, to finish the day 3 under par for the round, 4 under for the championship, which is incredibly impressive. He is alongside David Howard at 4 under par, who made birdie there on the 12th hole. Did he indeed? You did indeed. You made a great birdie there on the 12th hole. Apologies. David Kitt then is one back at 3 under par. Whoa, that's some wind. We're just gonna wind there just blowing the camera around the place a little bit. Apologies for that, guys. Oh, and blowing stuff in my face. So we're going to try and have a word with Robert Abernathy in a few moments. We have put a request out to get him to come up here and have a quick chat with us about his round and about his day. A fantastic round of golf, 3 under par, to finish 4 under for the championship. We're all just kind of hoping to God that this big storm cloud just passes by without any kind of rain dropping on us. It looks like it's going to, but it's really ominous. I'm not going to lie to you. As I mentioned, the golfers are over on the furthest part of the property, so we are just trying to re-establish signal with them. So once we have Robert Abernathy or picture from the golf course back with you as soon as possible, we shall do so. So what we'll do is we'll take a quick ad break and we'll be back to you in just 2 minutes.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super long battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
Talk. Yeah. Okay, and so we are, as you can see, back with live on-course coverage. Delighted to have it back here now on the 14th hole. All three players, Stuart Graham, Gavin Tiernan and David Howard, all had birdie looks. Gavin Tiernan was the first to play, and he has just slid by for a tap-in par on this drivable, or it is short enough, par 4. David Howard is the next to play, and he's just made his birdie, so he has now just moved to 5 under par, one shot clear of Robert Abernethy. Stuart Graham is going to be the next to play. Stuart Graham is the next to play, and he had his birdie attempt. So actually, just after I was saying that David Howard needed to maybe press on a little bit, it just took having Robert Abernethy here on the live show for him to do that and take advantage of the 14th, the short enough par 4. So David Howard with a one-shot lead as it stands with 4 holes to play. Stuart Grahan's birdie putt doesn't quite go, and so he's tapped in for his par, and he remains at even par for the day as well. So scores as we have them right now for you, ladies and gentlemen. David Howard of Foda Island Golf Club is leading at 4 under par through 14 holes. Robert Abernethy is in at second place at 4 under par. A very impressive 3 under par round today, which has followed up an incredibly impressive 66 round 3 earlier on this morning. It had to be said, he has played some fantastic golf. He was very good to come up to us and have a chat with us on the program. He absolutely did not need to do that, and it was very good of him to come in and do so, or come out and do so, I guess it is. That means that Adam Fahey, Gavin Tiernan and David Kitt are all in at tied for third at 2 under par. Keith Egan has finished his day. He shot 3 under par round to finish at 1 under for the day. Dylan Keating is also 3 under par for the day, 1 under for the competition, and they are both in tied for 6th place. So David Howard of Foda Island with a 1-shot lead over Robert Abernethy. So this is a bit of a Cork Dublin colossus here between those two players. One is off the golf course watching on, and one who has 4 holes to play to try and seal the title. We now move on to the par 3 15th hole called Jubilee Bank. This is going to be a par 3 playing downwind. It's going to be a tricky enough, short enough again, par 3. That's the beautiful thing about County Louth Golf Club, is I was saying this to the captain of the club earlier on. It's a fantastic example of how a golf course does not need to be, or par 3s do not need to be 200 plus yards long to be difficult. 164, 155 yard par 3s are challenging enough as they are. David Howard with a lovely shot there onto the green. He's got a little bit of or maybe an outside look at a birdie putt here. Gavin Tiernan here now is I was saying 3 shots behind David Howard, just 2 shots behind Robert Abernethy, who's in second place. But Gavin Tiernan 2 under par. He's playing the par 3. He doesn't look thrilled. But yeah, there we go. Very nice shot. Getting a very polite applause there from the gallery. And Stuart Graham, the third man in this trio, to tee off and to try and make a bit more he's got 5 holes left here now to try and make some kind of inroads on David Howard's lead. I nearly lost my second scorecard of the day there. I caught it. I'm the real athlete amongst everyone here today for catching that scorecard. Okay, so as you can see there, players are making their way from the 15th tee box up to the green of this par 3. It's a lovely golf course. You can see there, as on the camera, just the amount of people lining the dunes and just walking down the middle of that fairway. This is beautiful. So this is also one of my favorite things about amateur golf is a fantastic golf course. That's a given. The golf course is stunning. It's a great challenge, and you can see the scale of it. But then just the vast amounts of people who are following very, very good high caliber golf from three amateur gentlemen. It's lovely to be able to watch, really, on a lovely sunny day. We haven't been rained on too much. We've been blown to pieces, but that's all right. We can live with that. But what a beautiful golf course! What a beautiful shot. We're very lucky on this little island of ours that we've got some incredible golf courses and incredible golfers. And there you can see. So the camera's just zoomed in even more. I couldn't necessarily see that from the zoomed out shot. Just the dune there behind the 15th green, just piled with people. The red jumpers of Candy Louth are out in force, which is also fantastic to see. You definitely can't miss them. But it's really good to see. Oh, as another gust of wind comes by and nearly knocks everyone over. So first to play, I think, is going to be David Howard. Okay, so David Howard is first to play here. He's got his birdie attempt. Just being meticulous with it. Just he now. I would imagine at this point he's got 5 holes left to play. He knows what the situation is. He has a one-shot lead. Everything needs to be a little bit more deliberate as he just checks his line. Gavin Tiernan's putt just slides by. So Stuart Gretton here now with his birdie attempt, the best of the three. He's stepping up, so it looks as though Stuart there was left side of the green, pin high. And he's just left that one short, but he'll tidy up as he does there, and he'll take his par 3. Yes, he has tidied up there, and that is his par. So Stuart Gretton through 15 holes remains at even par. Next up, it's David Howard to play. David Howard here now with his 3-foot par attempt. So David's par putt now. Yeah, he tidies it up very nicely, and he's remained now 5 under par with just 3 holes left to play. 16, 17, 18, par 4, par 3, par 5. The next 3 holes are going to be playing very, very, very tough. I mean, Robert Abernathy was talking about how, as Gavin Tiernan there just tied us up for his par as well. Robert Abernathy talking about how he made a very, very good up and down on the 17th hole to save par, and one of the best pars that he made for the entire day. So that's going to be a very, very tough hole. And then just before that is the par 4 16th hole, 429 yards, but it's facing the same way that I am, which is straight into the sun, straight into the wind. It's going to be a very tough driving hole because the wind is kind of pushing into and off the left. The miss for a lot of players, particularly at that caliber, they're going to try and throw the golf ball up into the wind and maybe just try and hold it up a little bit. The fear would be maybe you'd kind of hit a wafty fade and it'll get caught up and then dragged away off in the wind to the right hand side. So these players are very good. That there might be the biggest risk, I imagine, in my 4 handicap opinion, is that they are probably going to try to draw the golf ball into that wind, and the potential risk is overdrawing or pulling the golf ball off to the left and missing the fairway off to the rough on the left hand side. None of the three of these gentlemen have hit a golf ball yet, so I could be completely wrong and all 3 of them could hit the fairway and miss it to the right. Yeah, so none of them are teed off yet, so who knows what they're going to do. That's just me trying to buy a couple of minutes until David Howard hits his tee shot, and he hit it looked like a little fade actually. So I was completely wrong. They weren't hitting draws whatsoever. That looked like a fade anyway. So I imagine that went down the right hand side of the fairway. I'll get confirmation of that in just a moment. Up next is Gavin Tiernan, 2 under par, in tied for 3rd place. Gavin Tiernan here now, just teeing off. I think he's actually also going to try and hit a fade. If I remember rightly from earlier on, he likes to see a bit of a fade shape. So yes, that does also look like it was a fade there. And if memory serves me correctly, Stuart Gretton also likes to hit a fade. So yeah, I think I was 0 for 3 on my prediction of them hitting draws into this wind. So there you go. That's why I don't play in these championships. you can see there just the wind just really tugging on Stewart's jumper. Just a really, really strong breeze. Yeah, that looked like a fade as well. And you can see there, the second that the players have hit their tee shots, everyone is just boom, walking straight after them. Everyone wants to try and get as close as they can to the golf shots and to these golfers, and get as close to or as good a viewpoint to watch this elite level golf as possible. So I'm just going to try and wait to see where the players golf balls have landed, but just getting confirmation on scores here now from Golf Genius and from Golf Ireland. David Howard is confirmed 5 under par through 15 holes. Robert Abernathy finished his day 3 under par for the round, 4 under par for the championship, 1 shot off of David Howard. Just because he's finished does not mean that this is over by any means. I actually think I can see him on the driving range already. That might be him. It might not be him. It's not him. Never mind. It's not him. In third place, or tied for third place, is Adam Fahey, Gavin Tiernan and David Kitt, all of whom are at 2 under par, followed by Keith Egan and Dylan Keating at 1 under par, tied for 6th place. Stuart Grehan through 15 holes is even par, and then Kean Rafferty rounds out 9th place at 1 over par. Gerard Dunn 2 over par for the championship, 3 over par for the day, and that is your top 10. Again, I think if we want to play at this late stage a game of how far back is too far back, barring any serious dramatics, which we haven't really seen from any of the players so far. There have been plenty of bogeys, but there haven't been any massive numbers from the likes of David Howard, not David Kitt. I think this is a 2-horse race, and honestly, it's all really coming down to the shoulders of one man. David Howard knows what he has to do. He's got 3 holes to do it. He just needs to avoid a big number here. Actually, really, he needs to avoid any kind of over par number, to be honest. His scoring record on 16, 17, 18 for the last 3 rounds. In round number 1, he played the 3 final holes in even par, parring all of them. In round number 2, yesterday, he made a birdie on the 16th, and he parred the 17th and made bogey on 18. And in round 3, so earlier on today, he played the last 3 holes in 1 over par by parring the 16th, bogeying 17, and parring the 18th. So a little bit of everything mixed in there over the last 3 holes. So it's still very much all to play for. A few more good swings required from David Howard before we get to potentially crown any kind of a champion, whether it's him or whether it's anyone else. There's still plenty of golf to be played, whilst our players are now starting to approach their golf balls, and we are approaching the players. First up here we have is Gavin Tiernan, who is looking to hit his approach shot into the green. He has 183 yards. Michael, you're on course. Let's see if we can hear from the man on the ground.
Hey Johnny, I don't know if you can hear me through this wind.
We can hear you with the wind a little bit, yeah.
So 182, 180 yards in. You can just see the top flag for Gavin Tiernan. He's got to fight this wind coming straight into his face. It's a lovely strike just left. Decent shot. He's on the middle of the green.
Lovely shot, yeah, on the middle of the green. Michael, I'll tell you what, it's lovely to hear you. That's it's nice to hear from the man on the golf course.
Yeah, it's been a while. Just run behind you. Next up is Stewie Grattan. So about 167 yards in, just a bit into the rough. So you'll see the top of the pin. It's funny, down in this hollow, the wind doesn't seem as much of a factor.
I will say, for the people that were watching, I am so far 0 for 2 on my prediction that the players would hit the golf balls over at the left side of the fairway. Both of these gentlemen so far have been on the right hand side, hitting fades into them, so yeah, totally wrong. Stuart does not like that one bit. He's very unhappy with that. Michael, where's that gone?
Just onto the left edge of the green. A very frustrated this whole day, to be honest. It's not coming off as flush as he wants. He just seems to be fairly frustrated, just a little bit off his game.
Yeah. I mean, I can see why Stuart would feel that today has been a frustrating day for him. Maybe he hasn't got things quite going for him, but those, the ball hasn't been ending up in bad positions for potentially some of his reactions. But he's a competitive guy. I mean, he hates to lose. And that's what we've seen so far, and honestly, it's lovely to see. It's great to see from all these guys the firing us. David Howard now again just being great, nice and deliberate, just talking through with his caddy what's going on.
Wind again, hurting in off the left.
That's probably a smooth pitch much for you, Michael, is it? 155 into the gale force wind.
And this wind. He's gone right at the pins, leaking a little.
And that's gone out right as well.
Yeah. See what he does now. The balls with there's a rush around the back of the green. People all around us. It's really to see many cards are out watching, and as you said, Johnny, they're just looking after the ball.
Okay, so David Howard still with plenty of work to do on this hole. He's David Howard with still plenty to do on this hole. Missing the green out to the right hand side there. He's going to have to scramble to get up and down to save his par. Still a lot of work to do. Like we were saying, we've had a little bit of everything from David Howard over these closing 3 holes across the previous 3 rounds. So he has his work cut out for him. Stuart Gretton wasn't a big fan of his approach shot into the green either. For anyone that was counting, that was also the 3 players, all of them hit fades to the right hand side of the fairway, so I was just totally wrong on what I thought they were going to do off the tee box, but there you go.
Pretty put, it's just extremely difficult for him. I think that's where he's kind of looking for chances for bird. Give himself outside chances. I think that's where the frustration comes from.
Yeah, and I completely understand. I completely understand that. I mean, he doesn't like to play conservative. He can, and he knows when to do so. But I think what his frustration is probably bore out of at the moment is now is not the time to play conservative, is it? It's the time for him to fire at pins, and if he's leaving himself 20-25 foot birdie putts, the odds of anyone making those repeatedly are very, very slim. This is a great shot here now from our crew. You can see just like, again, throngs of people all alongside the dunes, and big putt here coming up for Stuart.
And if you just see on the top right of your picture, Davey Howard, he's in the rough there, so he's found his ball. So again, it's that same shot kind of a couple of times, is he needs to hit hard to get off, but not hard enough. That's going to fly off to the side of the ground. So it's the speed as he comes into this ball is going to be really key. And he's knocked it to about half a foot. An unbelievable shot. fantastic shot there from David Howard. You know, might have hit it a bit too quick, although it might have been too fast. Johnny had a little bit of nerves, but that was a fantastic shot.
Is Stuart Graham next, or is it Gavin next to play here on the right? Gavin's next to play.
Gavin Tiernan just in this lower tier that's got to go up to that second tier, so he got on the front of the green. So. Oh, what a brilliant putt again! He's knocked it to one. A fantastic putt.
Yeah, there's another super putt there from Gavin Tiernan. He's just not. He's refusing to go away, which I think is actually probably a very good thing for David Howard, having one of his playing partners close enough in the mix to him. Obviously, he's just the 2 shots back, compared to being tied for the lead. But I'm sure David is aware that if he makes a mistake and Gavin makes a big putt and makes a birdie, there's a big swap there on the potential cards. It's probably just a good little bit of pressure for David to have Gavin just nipping at his heels.
Yeah, so the time that these putts are being taken place, David has been in full conversation with his caddy, you know. Hasn't even been looking at the putts. He's really focused in. Stewie Gretton knocked good lag putt and maybe leaves himself 3 foot, but as you kind of said earlier, it doesn't really help anything. You know, I think he probably needed to find a good few birdies on this back nine to give himself a chance, and he hasn't been close enough. He's just been just a little bit off.
Yeah, a little bit off, but also, I mean, like, we're looking at it here, just same as what happened on a 15, where he wasn't particularly delighted with that shot either. Pin high, you know, like his distance control, his iron control is very, very good. He's just not firing at pins as much as he would like. And I mean, he just did win the Flogas Men's Amateur Irish Open Championship. You can't win them all. I mean, as much as Stuart would like to, and he tries to, can't necessarily win them all. But it's good to see, and it's also just great to have him back in these competitions and in these amateur championships contending. So up next is Gavin Tiernan, just to tidy up for his par. And he does so. And David Howard now is just going to go through the formality of his par putt.
He does. It's a great par from David Howard. Just could have been a very awkward from that rough.
No, very nice. Well, as our crew are looking to get to the 17th tee box and our players are looking to get to their second last hole, this is as good a time as any, I guess, to remind you that all of our coverage is brought to you by and in partnership with AIG. They've been a proud partner of Golf Ireland and Golf in Ireland for 25 years. They've been a proud partner of ours for a couple of years now. We're delighted to bring these broadcasts to you. And we're going to take a quick ad break and we'll be back to you with the final coverage of the East of Ireland Amateur Championship after this.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super low battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
when you buy online at aig.ie. It's got to be AIG.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
Okay, so we've just had David Howard and Gavin Tiernan hit their tee shots. I think David Howard's shots just came up short of the green whilst you're on that ad break, and then devastatingly, Gavin Tiernan, he just pulled his iron shot, and the golf club he went like full Hideki. The hand golf club came out of his hands. He pulled it out to the left. He wasn't happy with it, but it was pretty good theatre. I won't lie to you, from my side, it looked pretty cool. Stuart Gretton here now, hitting the lovely shot, lovely swing. He's liking it, looking it up and down. No, he doesn't like it. It's on the green, but he's, again, I think it's just the same thing. He's just frustrated that he's not quite getting the return from his iron shots that he is looking for on these approach shots into the green. But no, I don't know. Don't really know what more to say on that. He's understandably and visibly frustrated by it, but he's on the green. He has a birdie putt. It's an outside birdie putt. It's the same story as it has been for the last, all day, really, to be honest with you. We had a question in from Alex Etches, a good friend of ours. He asked, how cold are you now, Johnny? Very is the short answer, Alex. The sun's just going behind another cloud now, and I'm not built for the cold. This is just what it is. Like, I'm just not a cold weather. See, I think the thing is, I'm just not wearing enough. I think my problem is, I'm on top of being stationary for 4.5 hours outside. I'm just not wearing enough G4 layers. You had the right amount of layers on. You got 3 G4 layers on. You're walking around. You're keeping warm, keeping active, keeping the body moving. All the things that I'm not doing, Michael. So you might be able to pick it up on our cameras, or I'm looking at it over here, just watching everyone leave the golf club to walk over toward the 17th green, and there's just a wall of people all around the back of the 17th green. It's brilliant to watch. It's really, really nice to watch. It's brilliant to watch for the amateur circuit. So David Howard here with a little bit, 10, 15, 10 yard, no, 5 yards, not even 10, 5 yards short of the green. Listen, Michael, if it was me, I know what I'd be doing. There's only one club for a shot like this. That is obviously the Texas wedge.
Would be a smart move,
Yeah, that being said, he's also been very good with the wedges so far. We just saw in the last hole, he chipped it to stone dead, saved his par. He kind of knows what he has to do.
It's nearly like another green itself. Oh, hey, that's back.
Okay, so
David have to go first here. He's got wedge in it. Maybe a little wedge up this top.
But you know what? I love the confidence. This for me tells me that he is very confident with where his game is at and his ability to get it up and down at the very worst first par.
Lovely weighted, Johnny. Lovely weighted.
It's lovely shot.
Lovely, super shot. Here from the left, just wasn't as bad as first thought. The glove drop was maybe premature, but he's got that awkward chip over the and he's got to stop dead.
Okay, so Gavin Tiernan again. It looks like it's pin high miss.
Yeah, absolutely world class shot. Tap in again. Guy on the left side of the screen. Regretting another knee.
So again, Gavin Tiernan and David Howard just continuing to put on a bit of a chipping short game clinic. Stuart Graham here appears to have a very tough bunker shot.
Foot out. Awkward stance.
Okay, I can see how he'd be frustrated with that. I'd be very frustrated with that.
Better there, came out with a lot of sand. Again, very good bunker shot. Probably would have lost. He's got it.
That's a great. Now, see here, guys. You're watching this at home. You're watching this on TVs or in your golf clubs. Look at that wall of people there behind the 17th green, just coming out to support. Obviously, they're coming out to try and support their own, in the likes of Stuart Grattan and Gavin Tiernan, who have been playing very, very well today, but also to support and show a lot of respect for David Howard, who has the potential to be crowned the East of Ireland Amateur Open champion here if he can just maintain this one-shot lead. So it's great to see this many people coming out to watch amateur golf, and equally well, it's also great to see how many of you have been tuning in to watch our coverage of the amateur golf. It's been brilliant to see.
Right in the middle of the hole.
Lovely par putt. You're dead right, Michael. Great par putt from Stuart Graham there. So
David Howard up next. Okay, again, so uphill. Not much in this, but again, the championship, it doesn't matter. Your brain starts thinking different things.
And so, like, what are we looking at here? Are we talking like 5 foot, 4 foot?
Yeah, probably about 5 foot, Johnny. Be too much in it uphill, possibly moving it a little bit. Just to be fair, sticking to very deliberate in his putting process.
He's been very deliberate now, in particular for the last 4 or 5 holes, with just sticking to that process, like we were saying on around 11, 12, 13, when he was really scrambling for his pars. He made that good birdie on 14. Oof. Okay, and there we go. So, bogey for David Howard, and he has dropped back to 4 under par. He is tied alongside Robert Abernethy for 4 under par for the championship. He's got 1 hole to play, par 5, 15th. Just because it's a par 5 does not mean that this hole is scoreable or attackable by any means, particularly with these weather conditions. Gavin Tiernan here now to make his par attempt. Again, David scoring on this hole on the 18th hole for the last 3 days. He had a par on the 18th in round 3. He had a bogey on the 18th in round 2, and he had par on the 18th in round 1. So you got to hope that, for his sake, he'll make birdie. But if he doesn't, and if it is a par, if he pars in and he ties at 4 under par with Robert Abernethy, we're going to have a playoff. In previous years, the playoff has been on holes 1 to the 9. I will await confirmation from someone actually official. on what the playoff rules are, but from what I can remember and have been told previously, I think it is a 3-hole playoff on 1, 2 and 9. If David Howard cannot birdie this final 18th hole at the East of Ireland Amateur Open Champ Club. Gavin Tiernan did tidy up there for his par. He remains at 2 under for the championship. And we're just following David here as he makes his way up to the tee box. He and his caddy just taking their time, keeping relaxed. Gavin Tiernan here now, the first to tee off. This is just a low point of the property here on 18 tee box. You can see obviously all the gorse bushes kind of blocking the view of the clubhouse. Gavin's tee shot is away. Picks the tee off quickly. That's always a sign that he likes it. Stuart Grehan. He stepped up now. He's the next to play. Obviously, David making his bogey there means that he is the last person to tee off, just to really add the additional pressure on top of what's already a very pressure-filled day, week, and championship. So Stuart, driver in hand. And yeah, he seems okay with it. He seems quite happy with that. Picks his tee up quickly. David Howard from Photo Island. This is his final tee shot in regulation. Potentially his final tee shot of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Open Championship. Cohen Well, 18th hole, 559 yards. It's a hole that has proved pretty tricky for David over the last 3 rounds. And he hits his fade. Oh, he hits his tee shot anyway. I think it's a fade. Looked like a fade. And walks straight after it like a man determined.
Yes. Super dry, Johnny. Absolutely smashed it straight down the middle. Good answer after the bobble maybe of a putt. Maybe the depends on the yardage in. Can he go 4 in 2?
Yeah, it's brilliant to see the great response there from David Howard. It really just shows the toll and the mental toll and stress that these championships have, and some fortitude from David to be able to respond with a piped drive right down the middle of the fairway. And we're just watching there now the hundreds of people, the hundreds and hundreds of people walking down the right hand side of the fairway as we're looking at it. The unmistakable red jumpers of the County Louth Golf Club members mixed in with the rainbow colours of everyone else, who I imagine are mostly locals. But I hope for David and for David's group, if he does go on to claim victory here, that there is a good Cork contingent have travelled up with him. We are far from over. This is not done yet by any means. David has to birdie this hole to claim the East of Ireland Amateur Championship. If not, it looks all the more likely that it'll be a playoff between himself and Robert Abernethy of Dunleary Golf Club. We've done 12 of these broadcasts now over the last 12 months. I will say that this East of Ireland Amateur Championship was our first live broadcast, our first, dive or dip our toe into live broadcasting 12 months ago. And if there is a playoff, this will be our this will be our third playoff in 12 broadcasts. So we love a playoff from the Bogeyman. Apparently, love a playoff. Michael, who is going to be first to hit their approach shot in?
Probably looks like it's going to be Stewie Gredden hit first. He's just right side of the fairway, just into the little bit of the rough.
How strong a wind are you feeling from on the ground there? From, like, I guess the wind's quite coming from your right to left?
Yeah, it's right left. It's not as heavy as first thought as it was earlier. It's kind of slowed down a little bit. But I think once the ball gets up high and in the air, it then comes.
Like you can see the flag on the 18th. It's really getting blown about the place. So it's definitely a wind that's got to be taken into effect when it comes to ball flight.
Stewie probably had 280 in. Lie looks okay.
280. This is a par 5. It is worth reiterating. So it's playing a long way.
Oh, he's
great shot from
nice.
Stewart
If it's
there.
got the yardage, it's absolutely beautiful. He's over the bunker. Front looks like right front edge.
Okay, very nice. So front edge there from Stuart Graham. Next to play, Michael, who is it? Is it going to be David or is it Gavin?
No, it's Gavin. Gavin Turner from the left side of the fairway. David Howard hit an absolute bomb into the middle of the fairway. Looks a super shot there from Tiernan. David Howard.
That's a huge drive from David Howard. And like right down the middle of the fairway.
Yeah, an absolute monster of a drive from David Howard.
So David Howard banks back in the middle of the fairway. He'll probably, what, 200 in? If even?
Yeah, by the just a little over 200. Really good luck, not in any of these ripples. I'm not sure, the camera, the fairway head was in ripples all the way through, and it's on a lovely flat part.
So David Howard with the second shot into this par 5, 18th hole at Kenny Louth.
Solid strike, very good. And it doesn't have the legs. Gets a little bounce right. Looks to be okay. Looks to be pretty good. It's curled all the way around the green, Johnny. It's a beautiful, lovely draw on it.
That's a super golf shot. That golf ball looks to be a matter of feet, really, maybe 5-6 foot from the hole. That is a fantastic golf shot. That is a brilliant golf shot there by David Howard. David Howard has 2 putts here now to claim the East of Ireland Amateur Championship, hosted and presented by Pharmahar Healthcare here at Kenny Louth Golf Club. It's a lovely sunny day here in Kenny Louth. The clouds have blown through. It's been gorgeous now. It's a lovely sunny evening. It's, what time is it now? 7:15. So we've just been live for the 5 hours of this championship. It's been, what a championship it has been. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch again. Such fantastic golf on offer from these golfers. It's been an absolute pleasure. As David Howard approaches the 18th green alongside Gavin Tiernan and Stuart Gretton.
Nice for him.
I called the winning moment in Flowgas last year, so I want you to do it last week. So I want you to do it for David Howard this week. So if he makes the eagle putt or if he makes the birdie putt, you just have to say, David Howard, there it is. David Howard is the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Champion. Yeah. Now he just needs to make the putt. Is all he's got to do. I'll clear the floor for you, Michael, when I get. A great shot there from Stuart Graham, but again, frustration just getting the better of him. Not his day.
It is the frustration. Like, but it showed how clinical he is and how it's that he just feels. It's just a frustration leading in. A super shot by from Tiernan as well. Uphill, but long chance for him. Again, love to maybe finish it with front of a home crowd. Would be special. I know we wanted to really win this, but we're making a very special day in front of a home crowd.
Yeah, if David Howard can finish this out with an eagle in good fashion, it will be a very sweet way to close out the championship, as Gavin Tiernan's putt is away there. So it'll be interesting to see, do the other players clear the way for David Howard?
Well, Stewie Gretton has probably the same putt as David Howard, so it's interesting to see who's going to go. Is it going to be David Howard, or is it going to be Gretton?
It looks like David might be the one to play here.
Looks like David coming in here first. He's given it one more walks. He's been, very deliberate. He's done today, as you said, Johnny. It's a downhill. Again, probably very quick. It's all about pace, really. I think last year he was with Rafferty for one of the races, and there was a lot of people there, and it's, I think he's learned from that experience coming into today and knew there was going to be crowds in this final group.
Again, you're right, he is. He's just working with the caddy to be very deliberate. This is an incredibly important putt for him, potentially 2 putts for the East of Ireland Amateur Championship, but Michael, it looks like he's about to step over this final putt, potentially.
So
the final putt of his.
This for David Howard for Eagle in the 18th of the East of Ireland Championship. And that wind picked up again, Johnny. I'm not surprised he's walked off it. The gust is just swirling around here. to David Howard for eagle. Oh, he'll have probably a 1 foot putt to be the East of Ireland champion. So Stewie Greta next with a very, very similar putt.
So Stuart here to finish the day off with a birdie in red numbers. And that kind of sums his day up, unfortunately, for Stuart Graham. Looks like he will mark that before he goes to finish off. Gavin Tiernan with his birdie putt. Now to get him to 3 under par. 3 under par would see Gavin Tiernan finish in 3rd place, all on his own. And that does indeed. Yeah, it's good to see the logo. And then nice to see Stuart here just clearing the way for David Howard. This is David's first championship victory. The man from Foda has done it. He very recently played in the Men's Amateur Open Championship, the Flowgas Men's Amateur Open Championship, finished in 7th place. After that, played in the Leinster Mid-Am, finished in 10th place. And now, this week, he has claimed his victory, he has claimed his championship, and he has won the East of Ireland Amateur Championship presented by Farmar Healthcare here in County Louth Golf Club, Baltray. What a fantastic moment. Getting the plaudits, getting the handshake from Michael there. Look at that. Classy guy, Michael, giving him a handshake there. Look at this. Hugs from his family. Great to see. Congratulations to David Howard. A beautiful moment here at the beautiful Baltray. A lot of respect from his fellow competitors as he has claimed the East of Ireland Amateur Championship. Hugs again all round. It's a very popular man, David Howard. Very popular man on the circuit. And he's finished at 5 under par. We are going to take. Yes, I'm good. We're going to follow David through the scoring. He's going to go through the scoring, go through his administration, his obligations to get the scorecards in, and then we will have a word with him here on live on the broadcast once he's gone through all the necessities. What we will do is we'll stick with these pictures here as we just follow him up to the clubhouse. Mute me. Up to the clubhouse. You can see just how hugely popular he is as everyone's congratulating him. An incredibly tough round of golf the win here was really, really gusting. It was a tough slog for all those players out there. A beautiful two putt though, and his approach shot into the 18th. A great drive, piped it down the fairway, left himself just a little bit over 200 yards. Hits that great shot into the green on 18. Just giving himself about 8 or 9 foot for his eagle. Closes it up there to a foot for his birdie, and he makes it. And there he is, the East of Ireland Amateur Champion for 2025. David Howard, the man from Photo Island down in Cork, has claimed his first championship title here. And there will be a trophy presentation here in the club. I think hopefully before that trophy presentation we might grab a quick word with him as he completes scoring. He's going to get pulled in a bunch of different directions, but hopefully we'll grab him for a quick word very, very briefly, celebrate him or congratulate him ourselves. So as they're making their way back up to the clubhouse here now, and as David Howard is going to get a little bit of scoring, what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick ad break, and then Michael is going to join back up here, and we're going to have a little bit of a debrief ahead of what is upcoming for us in the next week or so, and then for the rest of the season. Up here for a quick chat with the winner of the East of Ireland.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
If you call a car Grandland, you make it grand. You design an electric logo.
Grand.
A super long battery range.
Grand.
And 50,000 intelligent LEDs.
It's grand.
Sure is.
New Opel Grandland. Available in hybrid and electric. Go grand.
online at aig.ie. It's got to be AIG.
Coverage of the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Championship on the Bogeymen is brought to you by AIG Insurance.
So yes, David Howard is just completing one or two other media bits before he comes and has a chat with us. But let's talk real quick about the low round of the afternoon. Dylan Keating from a local boy, obviously from Sea Point Golf Club, just over yonder. He's been playing some very good golf. He played well a couple of weeks ago in the Flowgas Men's Irish Amateur Open. He's just graduated from the University of Louisville, Kentucky.
Oh, nice.
Louisville. So he's just graduated there. So from what I understand is he is going to play this season or the summer season as an amateur, and then potentially look at pursuing the professional route.
Yeah, listen, like, as a young guy, I think when you're in that environment of American college and that golf, you're nearly a pro. You know, we've spoken to so many of them now. They, you know, the way they train, the way they prep, the way they do it, the way they live their life. You're a pro without the name. So I think, listen, I think a good summer on the amateur circuit, putting in some really top performances and then giving it a crack. Yeah, why not? Like, I mean, you said today he shot, was it 4 under? 4 under for this round, yeah. You know, I think 4 under on a day like today is really good going.
Absolutely.
You know, he probably would argue, he's the type of guy, he probably says he left a few out there and he probably could have had a couple more birdies. Yeah, like, I think bringing himself up into 5th in a big tournament like this is a really great experience for him, and it bodes well for the future.
Yeah, and then a couple of other very good rounds from the likes of Adam Fahey and Keith Egan. So Keith Egan shot a 69-69 both rounds today, this afternoon. So 300 to vault himself up into a 6th place position, which is nice.
Yeah, I think like he at one point, I'm not sure which hole it was, he was making a really big run. He was putting some scores together, and I kind of was checking the leaderboard and I saw him coming up, and I kind of went, he could be the type of guy that could make a run and get things, you know. Again, I don't think it was one of those days to have to put in a load of birdies with the way it was panning out.
Mm-hmm.
But I did think he could make a run, and you know, anyone who hasn't watched our video of him playing a round of 18, you know, in
Laytown Basin, the Scratch Cup,
Scratch Cup, you see how good he is. And then obviously he went on to win as well. So
I win at the West.
The West, you know, another big one. So. Yeah, I think today was interesting. I think we had a little bit of rain early on, and I thought that if the rain could stay off, it could be scoreable. But being out there in the wind, and I don't know how much came across on camera, how much you were able to see, but especially at that side of the property, it was that wind was. You could see how the lads had to shape their shots, how they were fitting, trying to go under the wind, or they were spinning into the wind to try and hold it up. You know, it was a really stripe show in terms of how to play that linksy golf. And I know we're going to play a lot of links golf now next week.
Yes.
So I'm not going to say I learned anything from those lads, because
You took some inspiration though. I like that.
I took inspiration because like even at one stage they all picked up driver, and I mean, there's a hurricane coming at you. How are you not going to spin this? And they were able to hit a dead straight ball through the wind. And you know, it just shows you that. I think you said it on commentary as well. Is like, these are seriously elite golfers.
Yes.
Like this, it's amateur in name, but in standard is no way is this amateur. And the standard was so high in that final group, and then as we spoke with those 2-3 kind of around, and you know, being always in Baltray, it's I think the East kind of has a special place in a lot of people's hearts, always being in this golf course. And you know, even one of our cameramen was walking through and he went, he doesn't know much about golf, but this is a really old golf club.
Yeah.
And I went, yeah, and we went. We had a bit of time this morning, and I went around and I showed him JB and Car and Roddy Car and stuff, and I was like, this is history. This is a very old championship. This is something that is phenomenal. Yeah. We need to get another mic here, maybe, do we?
Well, I'll just give him one of the microphones there to David Howard, and then you and I can just share one. It's fine.
So I'll
you and I will just we'll jump in here together. Have we got David Howard? It's fine. I'll stand. You sit down here. David, congratulations.
Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, man. Congratulations. Have a seat.
Nice to be off the course.
Yeah. So how's today?
It's not a bad day, I suppose. Yeah, pretty good.
Let's start with the first round this morning. So you opened your account with an even par, 72?
Yeah.
How different were conditions this morning compared to this afternoon?
Yeah, the wind definitely got up in the afternoon, but it's still difficult this morning as well. The wind definitely got up there. The back nine kind of wasn't fun.
When it came to your final 18 holes then today, you got off to a heater of a start. So par on the first, and then you just rounded off 3 birdies in a row.
Yeah.
At that point, you must be feeling pretty comfortable, pretty confident, or comfortable more than confident.
Kind of like the front nine here, you definitely need to get a few birdies on the card, just to give yourself a bit of a cushion on the back nine. So yeah, it's nice to get off to a good start. Yeah. Then I went bogey.
Yeah.
So
yes.
that wasn't ideal. But yeah.
Part of this course, I mean, we've had a few guests on there today, kind of talking through the golf course. Were there any aspects of it where you're like, okay, we need to not give up some shots here, or where we can attack and try and make some birdies?
I've been hitting the driver really well off the tee all week, so attacked pretty hard with driver when I could, but my approach play is pretty poor and putting wasn't great today until the back nine rolled in a couple 12-15 footers on the back nine, which is a nice time to make them. But driver off the tee is really good.
Yeah, there's 2 shots I want to ask you. The first one then will be on 16. You had a horrible lie in a lot of thick stuff, and you knocked it to about a foot. I was surprised at how quick you hit it.
Yeah.
You were straight in there. Like, what was that like?
The lie was in the long stuff, but I could get to the back of the ball, so I knew I could get a bit of spin on it, and it was into the wind, so kind of helped in that case as well. But yeah, it was nice to put that close after pouring off 6 iron, but it was a tough hole, so it's nice to get out there with the par. And
then obviously the bogey on 17, but like these happen, but between 17 green and 18 tee, you were just chatting. How I said to Johnny, is like, I think there's a lot of frustration and power in that 18th drive. What was going to go through your mind between those when you did you know you were back level?
No idea. I knew, my girlfriend said to me after the 12th tee shot, she said that I was one behind Robert Abernathy.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, I kind of need to make a couple of birdies, and not many birdies to get on that back nine.
Yeah.
But yeah, right to left wind off the 18th, loved that. Hit it as hard as I want, a little hold up fade. Well, there's probably a bit of anger in the right, but yeah.
And your caddy's your dad, isn't he?
My dad, yeah.
So like, it was funny because with the putting it by, it was just like you were playing at home, no problem. And your dad was getting a bit stressed. And when we came down 18, after you'd hit your second shot in, I caught up on him and was like, "How are you doing?" He was like, "I'm all right now. I think his emotions are through the roof. He's probably dying for a pint. And
yeah, he's an emotional man, but he doesn't drink, so he might have a pint after that. But yeah, before I hit my second shot, he said, "You need to hit the green here." I was like, "Oh fuck."
No pressure.
But yeah, I was like, "Okay, I better hit a golf shot here," because the iron play wasn't great all day. But yeah, it's nice to put that to 15 feet. And I asked him over the putt then, I said, "Do I need to make this or not?" And he said no, thankfully, so I lagged that one up. Give myself 6 inches a foot.
Nice.
That was nice way to finish it off.
Once you hit into 18, what's the iron?
I think it was 5 iron. I'd have it in my stats, but
Okay.
I think it was 5 iron. I think it was
Has
about 220. It's a good drive down there, yeah.
And then last question before you go off and pick up your trophy and celebrate for the evening. First thoughts then, once the puck goes in?
I didn't know I won. So,
You didn't hear me on the
just
mic.
confusion.
No, I was all right. Was I?
No idea. My dad looked pretty happy, and a few people congratulated me. So, but I knew there's a few people behind who still kind of had a chance. But yeah, got it official after the scoring. So that was a nice feeling. Yeah.
Love it.
Starting to sink in now, I suppose.
Good. Well, listen, go off, enjoy your afternoon, enjoy your evening. You are the 2025 East of Ireland Amateur Champion. Congratulations.
Thanks, Dad. Thanks for all you're doing.
Cheers.
Class.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Okay, that's it for today's broadcast. Michael, congratulations. Thank you very much. Congratulations to David. He's just checking. It was a 5 iron.
So that was a 2. So and you
Easy
hit,
5 iron.
You hit a 5 iron on that part 3 as well. You did 155.
7.
Was it? Yeah. So there you go. There's the win for you today. So
Yeah.
there's the difference in yardage.
Congratulations to David Howard. Thank you very much, Michael. Well done.
Yeah, very enjoyable. Great championship. Great major. You know, I think that as you said, we've done. It's the first one we did last year, and then it's kind of we're getting better and better. We're adding stuff to strings to our bow, and unbelievable championship.
Yeah, that's it. Guys, we'll be back with you in a couple of weeks' time for the Flowgas Women's Irish Amateur Open, coming to you from Headfort Golf Club. That's on 23rd of June. So we'll be back with you again soon enough. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next one.